beautiful. So today we are going to talk about how shrinking, right, seeing yourself smaller than you are, how that is the real idolatry. We're also going to metaphysically break down Matthew 4, 1 through 11, right? And I talk about this all the time. Basically, this is when Satan tests Jesus. Jesus, your I am awareness, the Christ consciousness, right, goes into the wilderness and is fasting for 40 days and is tempted. So we're going to talk about the metaphysical meaning of this, and we're going to continue to go down this path of seeing yourself as less than God, seeing situations outside of you as bigger than the God within you, how that is the real idolatry. All right? So I trust that y'all are having a beautiful day. Let's get into it. All right? So, beloved, idolatry has never been about golden calves or carved statues. It is about misplaced authority. When you allow circumstances, opinions, or conditions to dictate your joy, you are bowing to shadows. Let's go further, right? When you allow circumstances, opinions, conditions, emotions, whatever the case may be, to dictate who you say you are, then you are bowing to shadows. But there is an even subtler idol, the idol of smallness. To call yourself unworthy, broken, or nothing is not humility. You were created in the image of God. To shrink is to crown the lie above the truth and to worship lack above abundance. Okay? So you always get to choose what you're going to worship. Are you worshiping the desire, the truth of who you are, that source placed within you, or are you worshiping the false idols, right? You can call this Satan, you can call this the devil, whatever you want to call it, right? But it's that voice that says you are not worthy, right? You are a sinner, right? You are undeserving. Well, what about this? The situation's not working out. It's been 6 months. Your SP still hasn't called you. You get to make a choice to remember that you are the source or to remember that you are the source. Okay? So let's get into this even more. Matter of fact, let's get right into this this scripture because I think it's very important. So I'm going to read through it once and then we're going to break it down metaphysically. Okay? So when I read this, remember, we're not talking about this from a historical perspective, right? I could care less. Okay, could care less. Right now, we're talking about it from the perspective of how to actually create the life that you want. Right? So this story, this is Matthew 4, 1 through 11. You can follow along. You can write notes in your Bible. Do whatever you want, right? But we're going to read through it once. Then we're going to go back through it. And we're going to talk about it metaphysically. Let's do it. All right? Let's do it. What's up? What's up? All right, so Jesus is tested in the wilderness. Then Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. After fasting 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. The tempter came to him and said, "If you are the Son of God, tell these stones to become bread." Jesus answered, "It is written, man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God." Then the devil took him to the holy city and had him stand on the highest point of the temple. "If you are the Son of God," he said, "throw yourself down. For it is written, he will command his angels concerning you, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone." Jesus answered him, "It is also written, do not put the Lord your God to the test." Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. "All this I will give you," he said, "if you will bow down and worship me." Jesus said to him, "Away from me, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only." Then the devil left him and angels came and attended him. All right, so what does this mean? Okay, what does this mean? Because I often reference this part where Jesus is standing on the temple and is told to jump off. But let's break this down line by line. Let's go through it line by line because this is really a master lesson on what actually happens when you decide to make a choice to be something. Okay, and then you're facing whatever from the external world, right? Whatever, right? So let's break it down. Then Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, all right? The wilderness, what does it represent? Well, we know that the Israelites were in the wilderness in between the time they left Egypt and got to the promised land. So when we hear Egypt or the wilderness, what the wilderness represents is this barren place where You have already got the desire. You know what you want. And now you're being quote unquote tested. Reality hasn't shown you what you want yet. Okay? So you're just out there in the middle of nowhere. It's just you and the desire and the knowing of who you are, and the world still looks the same. You are in the wilderness, the void. Okay? So to be tempted by the devil. Remember, the devil, when we talk about the devil, I'm not talking about a tormentor or a torturer. Okay? We're talking about the representation of the ego, of the external reality, of that voice in your head that tells you you're not enough, of the situation that doesn't look the way that you want it to look. All right. So think of the devil as the representation of the external reality. Okay. Worshiping the devil is worshiping the external circumstances, thinking that no. Well, they ghosted, or it's been this long, or the bank account says this, even though you're trying to stand in prosperity. All right. So the devil represents anything that's not the righteous thing. The righteous thing. All right. So after fasting 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. Now, 40 is important here. Because what does 40 represent metaphysically? The number 40 represents completion, a cycle of completion. Okay, the cycle of completion. So why 40 days, 40 nights? Well, let's take away the hunger here. Take away the fasting from the food. And let's look at this metaphysically. Huh? So you have made a decision to be somebody. Okay. The 40 days represents, okay, the cycle of completeness is done. You have the desire. You have declared yourself to be it. It is done. All right. So that 40 days, 40 nights is over. All right. So now the tempter came to him and said, right, because you've made the decision, you have the desire. It's easy, right? It's easy when you had a desire and you make the decision, but then the tempter comes. What does the tempter come? Or what is the tempter? Well, it's that bill that shows up even though you say your prosperity. Right, it's that person that you want, and they pop up with a whole another dude. They pop up with another woman, right? The external circumstance shows up and says, all right, if you are the Son of God, tell these stones to become bread. All right, what do the stones represent? Metaphysically, what does the stone represent? The stone represents death. All right, you put the stone in front of the tomb. Okay, it covers the tomb. It covers death. The stone represents death. When you hear bread, what does bread represent? Bread represents sustenance, the substance, right? It represents manifestation, the external manifestation. You could call it wealth or prosperity, whatever you want to call it, okay? So if you are the Son of God, tell these stones to become bread. Tell the dead things out there, tell them to instantly transform if you truly are the Son of God, right? So Jesus, representing your I am awareness, said what? It is written, man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God. The mouth of God, right? That's you. The mouth of God represents you, all right? So let's break this down. Why did he say that? Man shall not live on bread alone. What does bread represent? The external manifestation, the sustenance, the appearance. Man shall not live on appearances alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God, through who you declare yourself to be. Man should not live on appearances, but based on who you say you are. All right, I know it's starting to make a little bit of sense, right? Now, so next, then the devil took him to the holy city and had him stand on the highest point of the temple. If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down. Go to the highest point, throw yourself down. For it is written, he will command his angels concerning you, and they will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. Basically, if you've been praying and you know yourself as source and you are prosperity, then take all that money out your account and put it on that parlay. Take all your money and take it to the casino. Matter of fact, if you are God, right? That's what you claim to be. If you are a source, right? You say you have this person, right? Pick up the phone and call them. Prove to me that you have them. No? Prove to me. This is the real testing. When we think of testing from a human perspective, we'll think of, asking questions. But this is the true testing right here. I've been praying for prosperity. Therefore, surely the angels will come and save me. Surely I can do whatever I want, right? Because that's not prosperity. That is lack. That's not prosperity. That is lack. All right. Look, I've been praying for prosperity. I don't have enough. The rent's coming. I'm gonna take everything I have. I'm gonna put it on black. I'm going to put it on this. I'm finna cook up a parlay. I'm finna put it on there. Surely it must come through for me. That's the tempting or the testing that we're talking about. Instead of simply knowing that you're prosperity. Okay? So what we're talking about. So Jesus answered him, it is also written, do not put the Lord your God to the test. Right? Waiting for this, thinking that you have to make this extravagant demonstration to God to get something, right? Testing source. If I am prosperity, then come through right here. Come through right here. All right. So this is even why it says, right, your will, not mine. This does not mean that all my desires, I just let them go and don't care, right? If they're a righteous desire, if the Santa Claus God says I've been good, he'll give it to me, right? What this means is I simply get to choose who I am. I am prosperity. I am love. I have this person, right? Now, how it unfolds is not up to me. I don't get to force and say it has to look this way. I simply judge righteously, not by appearance. I simply know that everything is proof that it's working out, right? What if it doesn't look good? What if it looks like they're God? I don't care what it looks like. It all means it's working out. I don't care if you don't see anything. It means it's working out. I don't care if it looks good. That means it's working out. It all is righteous. It's all perfect, right? To the pure, all things are pure. Blessed are the pure in heart, pure in spirit, for they shall see God. Well, the paradox to that phrase is there's only God. Everything is God. So blessed are the pure in spirit. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will look at every single thing in their life and only see God. Only see that it's working out. Only see that it's perfect. This is pure in heart, right? What is not pure in heart? No, it's not working out. That's not pure in heart. That's not pure. You don't only see God. You see two powers. You see good and bad, right and wrong. It's unfolding for me and then it's not. You're judging by appearance and not judging righteously. Okay, so the next part. Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. All this I will give you, he said, if you will bow down and worship me. If you will bow. Now, what does this actually mean? Because a lot of people think, oh, well, if you worship the devil, you get a lot of things. Well, there is no devil. There is no devil. What does this represent? Metaphysically, it represents you worshiping the external circumstances. Looking for a little breadcrumb, right? Oh, if this is showing up, that must mean it's working. You have just bowed to the external circumstances, to the external world. Now you're going to be fiending. Now you're dependent on it, right? Yeah. Now if you don't get a little bit more of a breadcrumb, what are you doing? You're like a fiend. No, I just might not be doing it right. So when you worship appearances, you get stuck. You get fiended out. You get hooked on it. Because there's just no end to it, right? It puts you on that hamster wheel. I can't stress this enough. It goes back to the question that I've constantly been asking is, when will you stop trying to manifest? When will you stop trying to get things and simply know that you are everything that you desire to be? When will you make that choice? When will you decide I'm doing everything right? When will you decide I am perfect as I am? When will you make your life about you? When will you become the main character? When? When will you make the decision? When? All right? And so Jesus said to him, away from me, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only. All right? So it's coming back. No, I don't worship appearance. I don't follow appearance. I only stay committed and faithful to who I say I am. I don't care what is out there. And so when Jesus, or your I am awareness, you got through all of this tempting, what is the last line of this? Then the devil left him and angels came and attended him. Basically, the devil, the situation you don't like, now it fades away. And the angels, right, what you actually do want, comes and attends to you, right? This is what this means. Metaphysically, this is what this means, okay? This is a representation of the spiritual journey that you go through from the moment that you conceive a desire all the way until it manifests in your life, right? And so yes, the devil is the ego all along, right? There is no devil. The concept of the devil or a right and a wrong is a byproduct of the metaphysical eating of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Before that was eaten, there was only oneness. You were just taken care of. And then we descended, well, not really descended. When we descended, just seems negative, right? It's not a negative thing. It's not a condemnation to judgment and to negative consequences. It's simply a forgetfulness. It's a descent out of oneness. Well, you can't fall out of oneness, but it's a descent into forgetting who you truly are. And now we as humans are the ones that judge. We walk around and say, this is right, this is wrong. It's just us. No one is telling us that. Right? It's us. Okay? So this is the meaning of this. Matthew 4, 1 through 11 is very powerful when it comes to how to create your reality. Right? How to move into your own apartment and get your dream job. Well, just know it's done. Just know it's done. There is no how to do it. It's done. Right? The trying to find the how to do it is the very thing that keeps us stuck in the loop of trying to figure out how to do it. All right? I was talking to one of my friends earlier today, and she was like, well, yeah, I set this intention 3 days ago that I'm not gonna put her story out there, but I set this intention 3 days ago that this was gonna happen to me, that I was going to come into this, let's say money, right? I said praying was bad. When did I say praying was bad? Praying is not bad. There's nothing wrong with praying. Nothing is bad. I don't say anything is bad. Begging is bad. Begging. But it's not bad. It's just it's just a separation from your power. But praying is not bad. Okay, what is prayer? Every time that you declare who you are, that is a prayer. Okay? All right. But my homegirl, she was like, yeah, I set this intention a couple of days ago. Didn't know how it was going to happen. But then all of a sudden, she had a conversation with somebody else like 2 days later, and they just sparked all of this in her mind. And she'd been working like the last day and a half on these big ideas that seemingly came out of nowhere just by her setting the intention. We often get so focused on the how, right? Like, how is this going to happen? How can I set an intention if I don't know? How am I going to get the apartment if I don't know? Well, I am the way. Your I am is the way. So declaring who you are, right? Saying I am someone who has this. This is what I have. That is the way to get it. Okay, that is the prayer in itself. Right? And then from that moment, what do? You flow, right? You can do stuff or you cannot do stuff. Either way, if you are needed to move, then you will be made to move, right? Just like my homegirl, what happened is she had a random conversation that just gave her the exact idea that she needed to begin executing. Okay. And it's not about shouldn't or should, right? So you don't want to be okay. Let me be very clear, right? Because I'm kind of answering surface level. So let me be very mindful of this answer, okay? When it comes to how you are asking, okay, decreeing, declaring, when it comes to asking, the only right and wrong is what you say, okay? You are God. You are so powerful that if right now you make the decision that, I have to ask in this way or else it won't work. You start questioning, am I doing it right? Well, guess what? You're being someone who doesn't think they're doing it right. Therefore, you won't receive what you want because you're being someone that's confused. When you simply make the decision that what you're asking for is done, that is the magic. Now, who can make that decision for you? Only you. It's not about whether you affirm or not. You can do whatever, but you don't have to, right? You can affirm, you don't have to though. You can visualize, you don't have to though. The true thing, who are you being? Who are you being? When you make that decision, you say, I am this person. That's it. It's done. The only person that can stop it from that point forward is you. Am I saying, oh, it's not working, or the situation looks like this, or this person did that, or it's taking too long, or it's my favorite, of course. Well, it's hard to believe when the situation in reality just looks like this. Is it? Or is that just a story? Okay. How is setting the intention enough? When we think of faith without works, it's easy to get caught up in the, well, what's the work? Right. Well, the work is the consciousness, right? The work is not the towing that you're doing, but the work is all about your consciousness. This is why setting the intention is enough. And this is the beautiful part of the journey that, so many of the people that I'm working with are starting to get to this point where it's like, man, Alex, like, I'm just walking around knowing that I'm source. I'm focusing on myself, and I don't even have to ask for things anymore. I don't have to affirm. I don't have to visualize. I don't have to do anything. I have a desire, and all of a sudden it just magically shows up. Money magically shows up. People magically show up. Right? Why the intention is enough is because the intention or the desire has already came from you anyway. The more that we see our desire is separate from us, the more we see anything as separate from us, the more rules that we're going to try to make. This was never meant to be something that took a lot of work. We've just went through a lot of programming in life, right? We come into this journey and, you hear a lot of people that just, hammer these techniques, and you're almost taught to look at the 3D as this enemy, this part, this thing that's trying to keep you from what you want, attacking you, when it's just you. We tend to think of, all of these intermediaries between us and God, right? Like God requires you to affirm. When even scripture tell you before you ask, I will answer. Right? I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb. I knew you, right? So if there is only oneness, if God is me, if I am God, okay, then what else is there to do, right? If I believe that I have to ask, and I believe that I have to work for it, and I have to affirm for it and visualize it, which I'm not saying any of these things are bad, okay? But if I'm doing that, then who do I believe that I'm affirming to? Well, from my perspective, how we have these discussions, the same one that grants you the desire is the one that you are praying to, which is just the awareness that you are. This is just a source that you are. This is a source that is, right? But when I get too identified with my body and I am down here thinking that, okay, this body is separate from God, that is separate from the 3D, and all of these things are separate. Well, I'm trying to do all these processes to piece these things together and pull them together. Well, that's where a lot of the, that's where we start getting tricked into thinking that we have to go out there and do something, which you don't. All right, you are enough. You're already the fulfillment. Okay, source is pure spirit. God is pure spirit, and you are the identity of this spirit. You're the manifestation of this spirit. Okay, and so when you know that, when you start to dissolve these boundaries, right, like thinking that the 3D is something out there and it's so unbearable, and all these things are breaking you down and hurt. Like, when we start realizing that the 3D is a mirror, the more you perceive it as a mirror, the quicker things change. The more you perceive or know that God is you, and that you are simply telling the story of God. That was a bar. Let me say that one more time. The more that I realize, the more that you realize that you are the walking temple of God, and that your word, your speech, your declarations are the word of God, that you're making the law of God in your reality, then what is there to do besides have an intention? Right? Like, God is manifest within you. You are the manifestation of God, the identity of God. Right? And so what more is there to do? If you know this, then what more is it to do, right? Your story is the story of God experiencing life through you. Very powerful perspective to pick up. Every time I wear this white shirt, I like struggle to see y'all's comments. I'm just like, yeah, man. I know that I'm gonna what I want. I just has the manifestation ever failed? Failed. When I didn't know what I was doing in the beginning, I would say there were things that were hiccups. But no. but no. Then how does humility come into that? Well, the humility is in knowing that I have an obligation because I'm the walking expression of God, right? So if I speak and I know that my speech is the speech of God, then I will be careful that I'm not creating law that I don't want to experience. If I know that you are God, if I know that everybody that I encounter is God, is source, then I'm going to be careful and mindful about how I express them in my own consciousness, right? So that is the true humility, right? I think walking around and believing that I'm smaller than I am, right? And saying that I'm not God and all that right there is false humility. That is saying that God is capable of creating something that's imperfect. It's just spitting on God's creation, like, hell no, it ain't worth it, right? That right there is not humility at all. Okay, that's simply forgetfulness. That's deceit. Okay, that's just, religious propaganda, and that's just what somebody told you. Right? But the true humility is when I know that I am the expression of source, now I carry myself and I speak as such. Okay? You're not spiraling, you got this. You are not spiraling, you got this. Okay? Well, what is obeying God, right? Remember, so there's a verse in scripture that says, Abraham believed in the law. Abraham believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him as righteousness. Meaning, righteousness, the definition of righteousness, right, or obeying, is this, right? What does the Lord mean in the Old Testament? Well, the Lord means the law, right? So when you believe in the law, when you understand that life and death are in the power of the tongue, and those that love it will eat its fruit, right? When you love the law, when you believe in the law, when you are mindful and you know that the only thing that matters is what you declare yourself to be, that is righteousness. In other words, let's just say it in a different way. When you're walking through life and you solely base your identity on who you say you are, not on what the circumstances show you, that is righteousness. That is obeying God. Why? Because God gave you the desire. Because God was the one who whispered in your ear and said, no, this is who you are. So that is the righteousness, okay? And then how do you manifest money on a time crunch? Well, let's break this down, okay? The only reason that there could be a time crunch or a deadline is in a reality where you don't have it, okay? But if you're constantly focused on, it's coming up, I gotta pay that then, I gotta pay. Well, you're constantly casting yourself in the future, and you are making the declaration that you don't have it right now. But truthfully, if you had it right now, there would be no time crunch. You get it? So you can't live in both states of consciousness. Either you have it or you don't. Fortunately, there's only right now. So who are you being right now? Okay? Make the decision that you have it right now. And then make the decision again that you have it right now. It's paid. It's paid in full. I told you, when I was in my situation with the eviction notice and all that, that was my story. It's paid in full. That's the only story that I kept going back to. It's paid in full. The only reality is my consciousness, nothing else. Right? And I kept going to that, and it was absolutely paid in full. Okay. So isn't this Staying delusional, though? Sure. Depends on how you define delusional, right? What isn't delusional? What is sitting around and thinking about the worst case scenario? That's delusional too. It's all delusional. What isn't imagination? Right now, if you lose your memory, the person that's closest to you that you love the most, they mean nothing to you anymore. The only thing that makes them special to you is your delusional imagination about them. You will say, oh, they've been with me forever. They've always loved me. You don't know that. You're just assuming that from your perspective, but you've never been in their mind. You don't know how much your mom wanted to get rid of your ass at one point. You don't know that, right? You only know the perspective, the story that you're telling right now. It's all delusional. So you have a choice. Do you want to think about the shit you don't want, or do you want to actually think about what you do want? So, I mean, what is it? Walking into a room right now and saying, oh, everybody's just looking at me funny, or saying everybody's looking at me because they want to be me. It's both delusional, but people just tend to lean towards the negative one, right? The world has programmed us so much that, you start talking about positivity and people say delusional. I don't know, tone it down, be more realistic. Basically means be delusionally negative. Be more realistic means be negative. What is an imagination? What's not imagination? If right now you decide to get a new job, where does your mind go? To imagination, right? You start imagining all kinds of scenarios where it might take this long and I got to apply this here, and you logically imagine how things should be. That's delusion. That is delusion. It's all delusion. You live in a world of delusion. Might as well use that delusion to your benefit. It's all delusional, okay? And how to fully kick a circumstance that keeps coming up every now and then. How to fully kick. Yeah, bro, this white shirt ain't cutting it. This white shirt ain't cutting it, bro. I can't see nothing that y'all saying. Over here finna need goddamn LASIK eye surgery trying to read these damn comments. All right, much better. All right, how to fully kick a circumstance that keeps coming up every now and then. Okay, so the answer is typically in the question, right? If you are answering, or if you are asking the question of you have a circumstance in your life that keeps showing up every now and then, what are you affirming that you are? Well, you're affirming that you're someone that has a circumstance that keeps showing up every now and then. It's in your story. The answer is right there. The only reason it keeps coming up every now and then is because you're still telling the story of how do I fully kick the circumstance that keeps coming up every now and then. Who says it's going to come up again? Right now, you're telling the future. You're making a story about the future. You're assuming you're manifesting the future when there's only right now. It's in the past. It's done. It's not going to come back anymore. That's it. How do you get rid of resistance? You decide there's not any. What is resistance except for a story that you're telling in your mind? Who told you that you had resistance? Who told you that? Did somebody come whisper in your ear and tell you that? Did you have a resistance thermometer that measured that you had resistance? Or are you just walking around making up a story that you have resistance? Oh, or you might say, well, no, because this circumstance looks like it. So the circumstance is your God now. So because the circumstance looks like that, you have based your identity on that. Which one is it? Are you the creator, or is the circumstance the creator? Right? So it's interesting when it clicks and we realize that, all the shit that we're talking about is all in our mind, and nobody else is forcing us to carry these stories. Very interesting paradise, right? It's like the Gospel of Thomas says, right? You know what I'm saying? When you get to know yourself, let he who wants it continue to search until they find it. And when you find it, you will be disturbed. When you figure out that you've been creating your entire life experience, then you will be disturbed. And then you will be astonished and you will rule over all. Right? Yeah, it is crazy that we always think about what could happen bad first. But that's how most of us are taught, right? Always think of the worst case scenario, right? Prepare for the worst. We always taught that, right? A lot of it, that's just how the world teaches us. So it's just something to be aware of. Once you're aware of it, now you can tell a different story. That's the healing. The healing is being aware of the pattern. Once you're aware of it, it's like, okay, well, I don't have to do that anymore. So basically, shut up. Can you begin to train yourself, right? Because it's all a muscle, right? Thinking is a muscle, right? Reacting is a muscle. It's all a muscle, right? We've trained ourselves for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, however long your divine ass has been alive. We've all trained ourselves to react a certain way for so long. Can you begin to train yourself to react differently? Right? Like, now all it takes is now. You just have to make the decision once. But if you want to get comfortable in it, can you simply be aware enough to begin to tell the story of what you want, no matter what you see? Of course you can. You can do that right now. You can make the decision right now to do it. Exactly. Who says it's not fully kicked? What it do, Lucas? What it do? What do I do if these conflicting thoughts come up? Nothing. You're not your thoughts. You handle them however you want to handle them, right? Remember, okay? Remember, y'all. This is gonna be an important point. Okay? Whoever you read or listen to or study can only give you a template. What we're constantly doing in these discussions is pointing you back to your power, reminding you that you are all that there is. Okay? So why I say that is this: you are source and you are the one that creates all the rules. Now, let's look at this from this perspective. Whether we're talking about your emotions or a thought that you don't like or a circumstance you don't see, who is the one who decides that the emotions you don't like, that the thoughts you don't like, that the circumstances you don't like have any power at all? Who is the one who decides if they have power? If they bring you out of alignment, if they do whatever, if they ruin your manifestation, whatever it is that you want. The only person, guys, the only person with authority is us. Okay, we're the only ones that walk around with authority. No one else. It's just us, right? So when you have these contradicting thoughts, what do? Well, you work on them. But you know that you're not your thoughts. You can observe your thoughts. What about the emotions? Well, you work through them. But you know that you're not your emotions. You are the awareness behind it. And you get to choose who you're being no matter what you're thinking, no matter what you're feeling, no matter what the circumstance looks like. That is your power. Your power is in the perspective that you take. Sometimes you wish you could fight yourself. I'm stubborn. I'm leaving the word. You can. Just don't physically fight your damn self. Please. And do I believe in changing my thoughts or just relaxing when negativity comes up? Whichever one works for you. Me personally, I don't walk around with a whole lot of thoughts. It's taken some time to get to that point, but I don't really walk around battling my thoughts at all because most of the time I'm pretty damn present. I don't have too many things going on in my mind. Now, if I have desires, I do still sometimes have conflicting thoughts. But I don't identify with my thoughts. I know that I only have to say something once. I am source. I don't have to sit and affirm for it. Why would God have to do that? I simply know. I just know who I am. I don't try to manifest anything. I just know who I am. Therefore, everything that I want comes forward. It's that simple. That's my process. So I don't, when it comes to micromanaging thoughts and emotions, I tried that when I was, a while back when I was first getting into it, and it was just exhausting for me. I said, hold on, why do I have to do it? Thoughts and emotions are simply part of my human existence. They don't define me. I have lots of thoughts. I have lots of thoughts that don't define me. Sometimes I just say off the wall shit even on these lives. All the things don't just manifest. Right? Because I still know who I am. That's why even when my mom was going through the situation, even when she had cancer, right? And I was just saying cancer, it didn't ruin anything because I spoke about it, did it? No, she's still cancer free. Because I know who I am. I don't have to watch every single word. And the awareness within me that grants me the desire knows who I am as well. We're both the same. Appreciate you. Makes me feel nice and bright. Gotta wake up at 7. Can't sleep. Any tips? Nah, you don't want my go to sleep tips. So I'm gonna skip that answer. And then how would you go about manifesting money for other people? The same way that you do everything, right? See them the way that you want them to be, right? Forgive others so your Father in heaven can forgive you. Meaning see people the way that you want them to be. That way that version of them can step forward. I've told you all about little things that have just happened in my life simply by me choosing who that person was, right? Whether it's my mother, whether it's my sister. Those are really the two people that I do the most for, are them, right? But it's simply about choosing the version of them, right? Seeing them as prosperity. Even when they complain, I don't bring them on board and tell them, no, you have to think positively. I don't care how you think. I only care about what I see you as. You can complain all you want, but the money's still going to flow. You can complain all you want, but you're still going to be healed. Because I just simply choose to see you that way. I choose to see you and make, no, you're perfect. You're perfect. Even my mom complains, right? I don't know what this doctor's doing. This is how I feel. No, you're perfect and you're healed. And that's the end of the story. And do I tell her that? No. I sit there, and after I make that choice, I still engage with her. However, I give her sympathy if she wants it, empathy if she wants it. I'm not sitting there telling her be strong and yada yada. Whatever she's going through, I simply am present through it. But I choose to see her the way that I want her to be, and that version of her must step forward because this is law. So if this person is complaining about money, I choose to see them how I want them to be. I choose to see you with prosperity, with money, in a position where you don't have to worry about this shit anymore. But if you're still talking to it, I know I'm not ruled by this third dimensional reality, so I just flow through the conversation and do what I think is best with the knowing of who you are still. Dang, I keep getting behind on these comments. All right, I'm just gonna go to the end. There we go. It's like freaking out because someone called you by the wrong name and worrying that you're not your name. That's exactly what it's like. Oh, so I got way off topic. Let's get back into this. All right. So we went through the first part is we broke down scripture, right? Matthew 4, 1 through 11. All right, we went through it, broke it down metaphysically. Now let's keep going. All right. So the idol of circumstance. Matter of fact, let's skip forward. The violence of smallness. The world applauds false humility. All right. I am nothing. I am unworthy. I am broken. Okay? The world will call this pious, but it is poison. To belittle yourself is rebellion against God. Right? So when we talk about the Garden of Eden, okay, one of the tricks within that garden, and we can look at the Garden of Eden from so many different perspectives, right? We did one discussion where we talked about it from 8 different metaphysical perspectives. But one of the things, right, is the deceit of the serpent, right? The serpent's greatest victory was convincing humanity that to see yourself as God is arrogance, when in truth, it is the most humble confession. To admit that I'm the dwelling place of source means that every word that I speak is an expression of God. Every step I take is the step of God. Every breath that I breathe is the breath of God, right? So brush your teeth, all right? So Psalm 82:6, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. To deny this is to spit on your own inheritance. Playing small does not honor God. It dishonors him by amputating his image in you. You were not created to bow before shadows. You were created to shine as light. Beautiful, beautiful, right? And so next, the true altar. The altar is not out there. It is your inner state. Whatever you exalt within will rule your world without. When you shrink, when you hand power to condition, when you call yourself less than, you are worshiping the idol of smallness. But when you dare to rise, when you declare I am, when you wear your divinity boldly, you crown source as sovereign, right? This is exalting God. Knowing who you are is exalting God, all right? So, quote by Meister Eckhart, the eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me. Beautiful. The eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me. This is the truth. God has no interest in you shrinking. Your greatness is his reflection. Your boldness is his glory. Your victory is God's victory. Your love is God's love. Your prosperity is God's prosperity. Your winning is God's winning. That has no interest in you shrinking. This is just what humans force feed us, right? To play this game being smaller than we are, okay? So a couple reflection questions, then a love letter, and then 3 affirmations, okay? Reflection question number 1. Where in my life have I crowned circumstances as my God? Where in your life have you crowned circumstances as your God? Right? Where have you decided that the unfolding, the middle, was the end? Oh, well, it looks like this, Alex, so I get that I'm God, Alex, but what about my SP? I get that I'm God, Alex, but the money. Where in your life have I crowned circumstances as my God? Right? That is the true idolatry. That is the true idolatry. Okay, number 2. In what subtle ways do I play small and call it humility? In what subtle ways do I play small and call it humility? Well, I'm just in a season of loneliness right now. When are you going to decide that you're done with your season of loneliness? You've been in a season of loneliness for 3 years. When are you going to decide to walk into your season of prosperity? When are you going to stop trying to manifest? When are you going to stop waiting? When are you going to stop playing small, calling it some kind of humble waiting of just patience? Patience is a virtue, guys. When are you going to stop all that striving and trying and waiting and shrinking, and simply know who you are. Win, 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 win. Right? Number three. Right? Number three. What would it look like if I treated my desires as divine instructions instead of guilty pleasures? What would it look like if you treated your desires as divine instructions, as messages from the God within you that is you, instead of like some little guilty pleasure? I can't have too much of that. No, I got a sweet tooth. Win, 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 win. Okay. This is that spiritual backbone. I haven't said that in a while, right? But we used to talk about spiritual backbone so much. Having that spiritual backbone, meaning walking around with the boldness of one who knows that their word is law. Walking around with the boldness of one who knows that their desires are promises. Not running away from their desires and making all these stories about them. Maybe he's holding it back from me because there's something greater. That's just a story that you're telling. Nobody is telling you that. You're just making things up. You're just making up delusions of grandeur in your mind that keep you away from what you want. Remember, anything that implies that you are not the person that has what you want, that is the limiting belief. Okay? That is the limiting belief. Anything that implies that you're not the person that you want is the limiting belief. That is to be confronted. That is to be pushed away. Okay? And then the last one was, what would it look like if I treated my desires as divine instructions and not guilty pleasures? Okay, and number four, last but not least, right? Last but not least. How do I respond when others want me to shrink? Do I bow to them or do I stand, right? This goes to a question, why I put this one in here, because you can let me read this a different way so I can really make my point clear here. How do I respond when others or the world or the circumstance wants me to shrink? Do I bow? Do I get on all fours for the external reality? Because somebody says that I'm not good enough, because somebody gives me their opinion of me, do I bow to them? Do I become their sub, or do I stand? Do I stand in the knowing of who I am? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Okay? So here's a quick letter to y'all, all right? Quick letter to y'all, some affirmations. Remember, you're not trying to be these. You already are these. This is divine remembrance of who you have always been. Okay? Who you've always been. All right? So, beloved, beloved, forgive yourself for the years you bowed at the altar of circumstance. Forgive yourself for confusing false humility with truth. You thought playing small would keep you safe, but it only kept you hidden. You thought calling yourself unworthy was reverence, but it was rebellion against the God who birthed you. Rise now, right? Tear down the idol of smallness. Step off the stage of shadows and onto the throne of light. You are not waiting for worth. You are the embodiment of worth. You are not broken, nor have you ever been broken. You are the wholeness, the fullness, and the fulfillment of God. You are not a beggar. You are the center, the prize, and the source. Walk boldly in the image you were given, for the most holy confession is this: I am. Right? I am that I am, no matter what. So we got some affirmations, then we're going to do questions. So if you got questions, get them little raggedy ass thumbs ready to type them up, or you can join on. All right, so affirmations. Number one, I dethrone circumstance and enthrone source. Okay? I dethrone circumstance and I enthrone source. I strip the crown. You might not be able to write these ones, but I'm gonna upload the document. I know I've been lazy. I got a couple that I gotta go back and upload if I feel like it, but I'm definitely gonna upload this one, all right? Because these are long. These are 3 long ones. Sit back and listen to them. Don't get writer's cramp. Okay, don't catch a cramp in your hand. I dethrone circumstance and enthrone source. I strip the crown from fleeting conditions and set it upon the eternal within me. Circumstance bends to me, for I bow only to the I am that rules through me. Beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Next. I refuse to worship shadows. I walk in the light of my divine image. I will not kneel before echoes or illusions. I radiate the brilliance of my true image, fashioned in God's likeness, and every shadow dissolves before my stride. And last but certainly not least, right? Last but certainly not least, I am the expression of God in motion. I will not shrink, for the infinite chose me as its vessel. I am God's own breath embodied, the Word made flesh. I am creation walking clothed in authority. Right? I am that I am, no matter what. Okay, no matter what. So this one was another discussion on how thinking that the circumstance is bigger than you is just crowning it an idol. Right? It's giving your power to something out there. And then we also talked through Matthew 4:1-11. We talked about it metaphysically, and this is the story of Satan tempting Jesus, representing I am awareness. Right? Jesus fasted for 40 days, 40 nights. 40 is the metaphysical meaning of the number 40 is divine completion. Right? And what is the divine completion? Is that when you have a desire and it's fulfilled. All right. So the 40 days, 40 nights represents Jesus had a desire, or your I am. Right? You birthed the desire. It is done. You have claimed yourself to be it. And now you're tested. You go out into the wilderness. The wilderness represents that void. You've already declared who you are, but the circumstance might not be changed yet. Who are you? Right? And so now Satan gives Jesus, Satan represents the ego, or the external circumstance, gives Jesus or your I am these tests. Right? Jump off the temple. The angels will catch you. You ain't got nothing to worry about, big man. You say you're God, right? Well, thou shalt not test God. Right? Meaning, just because I pray for prosperity doesn't mean I'm going to take all of my money and put it on this parlay, right? That's pure lack. That's not prosperity. That's saying I need this to work out so I can be prosperity. That ain't prosperity, right? Satan said, okay, we'll turn these stones to bread. The stones represent death. Okay, metaphysically, the stone represents death, right? Remember, in front of the tombs, what do? They put a big ass stone. Represents death. Bread represents sustenance. Money, that bread. You got that bread, that external manifestation. So turn this bread or that stone into bread. Turn this circumstance, this dead circumstance, into what you want, right? If you're such a good manifester, you're our source, Alex, then manifest something right now in front of us. Right. So basically, if you can do it, then do it. And what did Jesus say? Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes out the mouth of God, right? You are the mouth of God, right? So we're not living based on external circumstance. I don't care what the external circumstance can look like, whatever. We do not base our life. We don't live. We can't survive off of external circumstances alone. And then the final temptation was what? Why don't you just bow down and worship me and I'll give you all these kingdoms? Satan represents the external world, the external. Okay? Why don't you start looking for clues out here? This is when you start saying, oh, well, I got a little breadcrumb. I got a text. Does that mean it's on the way, right? Okay, so you're worshiping appearances. Now, what happens when you don't get another breadcrumb? Are you going to say now that it's not working? Worshiping Satan, worshiping the external circumstance will never get you to what you want. You'll just stay on that hamster wheel, looking for things out there. But even the moment that you say it's on the way, or, oh, I have a breadcrumb, it must be working, you have slipped back into the consciousness of, I don't have it. You have it. Of course it's working, because you already have it. Okay? And so finally, when Jesus got through these 3 temptations, what happened? Is that Satan disappeared and the angels came and they rejoiced and celebrated with him, representing what? Now you got your manifestation. You have made it through the wilderness and you got what you want, right? So we broke that down in the beginning of the video, and then we went through this discussion, how shrinking becomes idolatry. All right. I appreciate y'all, by the way. If you stayed for the discussion, thank you. So yeah, let's do questions. If y'all have questions, if y'all want to join, go on and jump up, or ask them, or type them away. Saying I already have it, it's the same thing as it's done, because if you desire and imagine, it's yours. Yes, but oh shit. Yes, it is the same thing. It is the same thing. The only but I was gonna say is we can get caught in those semantics, man. Don't get caught in those, Miss Yessie. Don't get caught in those, in the wordplay. Does this mean? Does that mean? Yada yada. It's just done. It's done. You are it. You are everything you desire to be right now. Fuck the word. Fuck the word plays and all this. And I got it. That's like me sitting here and being like, well, I can't say the word not in my affirmation because the subconscious doesn't know the difference, right? We put so much emphasis on that we lose what we're actually doing. No, the truth is it's done. I don't care how you word it. It's done. It's done. Right? God's not a grammar teacher. The source within you is not looking through the dictionary or the thesaurus to be like, oh, well, you know, I guess you said the wrong word. Can't give you what you want, right? You have to just make the decision. You have to make the decision. It's done. I don't care how you word it, phrase it, broken English, perfect English. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. Choose that it is done. Please pray for your self-esteem. I got you. I got you. You don't need my prayer, though. You only need your own prayer, right? Okay. That goes back to this first reflection question. I'm going to say this one more time because maybe you ain't hear it right. Or maybe you just joined, all right? Where in my life have I crowned circumstances as my God? Well, me saying that I'm standing up for myself and I'm exuding this confidence, but then saying that reality or these people continue to push me down or break me down, so what? Who's going to win? Are you going to persist in the knowing of who you are? Or because you see something or hear something that you don't like, are you going to change? It's up to you. Here we go, source. All right. Y'all getting into semantics again. So if we get a breadcrumb from our SP text, you said, we don't say it's on the way because it's already out. Hear me, source. You've been on here. You've been on here for a minute now. Yeah, you've been on here, all right? When are you going to stop trying? When are you going to stop trying to micromanage the process and just know it's done? When are you going to just know it's done? Look, I can tell you my technique, but you're not supposed to take it. Like, hear me, y'all. Because this is what happens. That's why so many people get confused. You hear me speaking, and instead of hearing the concept of what I'm saying, that you are source and you make all the rules, right? You start to get this checklist of what to do. Then you go to somebody else and you get another checklist of what to do. Then you go to somebody else and you get another checklist of what to do. And now you're so confused, like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I say? How do I act? That's why you don't have it. Go to the end. You have it. It's done. I can tell you how I did it, but here's the truth. You are source. It's in your name anyway. You are already source. Decide you have it. Decide you have it. If you want to look at the breadcrumb and say, okay, I have it, do that, but do it from the knowing that you have it. Why I said that is because oftentimes we'll say, oh, I got a breadcrumb. That means what I'm doing is working. And now you're looking out for more and more things to prove that you're doing it's working. But when you're looking for these things to prove that it's working, guess what? You're not being the person that has it. Just decide that you have it. Everything out there is extra. It's a cherry on top. You already are it. So don't get caught up in the, I shouldn't look for a breadcrumb. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when we base the external world, when we look at the external world, we say, because I see that means it must be working. Now I'm worshiping the external circumstances. I'm making it my idol. I'm making it my God. You already have it. Don't get caught. This is an important point. Do not get caught up in the techniques, thinking that the techniques, right or wrong, are going to get you it. You are God. The techniques only mean what you say they mean. Don't start confusing yourself saying, I shouldn't look for this, or I should do this, or I should say this, or my language should be that. Or don't do that. You have it. It's done. It's yours. If it feels better to say something like, I have it versus it's unfolding from me, okay, go to that and do what's right for you from the knowing that it's done. But once we start getting all process happy, jumping all around here in all these different techniques, thinking the technique is God when you are, that's when we get thrown off. This is an important message. Hear me. Please hear what I'm saying here. It's done. You have it. Anything that implies you don't have it. Like, if you had it, you couldn't even ask me the question of, so I shouldn't look for breadcrumbs. Who cares? You have it. The point I'm making is do not base who you are on what you see out there. There should be, by this time, y'all, there should be a lot of things that I say. There should be things that you hear that you say, I don't care. I already have it. I get the reminders, but we should all be beyond the techniques. You get the perfect subliminal sleep tape. You should be beyond that. You can do that for fun, but you should know by now, if you're here, that shit does not have the power. You have the power. You got to make the decision. Either you will be trying to manifest or you will simply know that it's done. There is your power. I know it's done. I know the money's coming. I know the lover's coming. I know this. I know it's done. Or I'm still trying to figure out if I'm doing it right. Two completely different, guys, think about this. Two completely different states of mind. I'm saying this out of love. I'm saying all this out of love. Two completely different states of mind. Am I doing this shit right? Is saying I don't have this shit. Versus I have it. It's done. There's nothing to do. Except for me claiming and knowing who I am. Stop trying to be in alignment. Stop trying to have it and just know that you are everything you desire to be. Just know. Just know. Just know. That's the manifesting technique right there. The manifesting technique to end all manifesting techniques. The hot new manifesting technique. Get your SP by tomorrow. Just know it's done. 4 words. Just know it's done. What do you have? You've been manifesting your whole life. You've been expecting people to show up and congratulate you. You've been expecting other people to hate on you. You've been expecting them your whole life and you didn't affirm for it. The shit you received in your life that you didn't want, you never affirmed for that shit. You just expected it and knew it. You just knew it and it happened. Why the hell is that not the same here? Love y'all. My bad. My bad, Source. When I was saying all that, I wasn't like going off on you. I was just making a bigger point. I started off. You just gave me the springboard right before I dove in the pool. Right, I had to get on the dive. Your question was the diving board. Okay, then I had to dive into the pool. So all that wasn't directed towards you. It was just directed towards everybody as a whole on here. All right. Sometimes I just have to use some questions to make a bigger point because I don't believe that it would be sufficient to just answer certain questions from a smaller vantage point, right? Because I want to keep pushing y'all in the same direction. Like, this is the purpose of this, right? I don't want y'all to leave here thinking that you got to go listen to a subliminal tape or that you have to do certain things. I want you to just leave here knowing that you are everything. Right? What is belief anyway, right? The whole I don't believe myself. So let's even go to that, right? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to use you for another example. All right. So here we go. Where was it? I already know what to do, and I know I have this power, but then maybe I'm not believing in myself. What do you mean maybe I'm not believing in myself? What does that even mean? That's just a story that you're making up. You can just as easily say, I am believing in myself. It's just a sentence in your mind. That's it. It's a choice. It's a sentence. Oh, I believe in myself. What is belief except for what you put your awareness on? That's why you don't have your SP right there. Let me tell you exactly why you have your SP. You don't have your SP. Let me tell you exactly why you don't have your SP. You don't have your SP because you're still asking questions about, do I believe it or not? I don't know, maybe I'm doubting it. Well, the text breadcrumbs, I shouldn't be looking for that? This is exactly why you don't have your SP. Because if you knew that they were there, would you be asking those questions? If you knew they were there, would you be saying, oh, well, I don't struggle around with believing. I'm good most of the time, but then sometimes I just don't feel like I believe in it. Y'all tell on yourselves, and then you act like I'm crazy. Y'all sit here and snitch on yourself. It was him. Y'all snitch on yourselves, and then y'all get on me. Look, you're telling the story of not having it. You either know it or not. No, okay, now you don't want him anymore. Okay, my bad. Now you don't want him anymore. If you had him, you would have him. It wouldn't be this whole, I just sometimes I struggle with belief type thing. You would just tell the story if I have them. You put Lucas on your ass, man. Lucas, get her ass, man. Now, what's up, bro?
How are you doing today, man?
You said how I'm doing?
Yes, bro.
Oh, I'm wonderful. I'm blessed, my brother. How you doing?
That's great, man. I love it. I'm glad to hear that. Well, so great too, man.
Yeah.
I want to talk about my viewpoint from internal, quote unquote, versus external, right? So internal, we already have it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's done, right? We decided, assume it's all, whatever. And now comes the quote unquote difficult part, the outside world, right? Of course, it's all one, but from a human perspective now, then things happen, circumstances, right?
Yeah.
Because this one commenter, or should I not perceive it as my unfolding or something like this?
Yeah.
You don't have to wait for something. In theory, you can perceive everything as your perfect unfolding. That's a difference, internal is external. It's a great tool. You can use it if you want to. Like, in theory, I can wake up and say, you know what, that's a sign that everything unfolds perfectly for me. I drank my cup of coffee today. That's a sign that that's everything's unfolded perfectly and it's already mine, Everything is meaningless. So, right? So you
Exactly.
don't have to wait for science, breadcrumbs, or whatever. Everything is a fucking sign if you want to, because you are the fucking sign. You are the meaning giver, right? So everything that you're breathing, that you have the ability to breathe is a fucking sign that everything unfolds perfect for you every time. You know what I mean? There's
Absolutely.
nothing specific out there you have to wait and to perceive. You can have fun with it,
Mm-hmm.
and take the pressure a little bit out of these things,
Absolutely. Yeah, keep going. I mean, keep going because even when we are looking for synchronicities, right? Who is the one who even says it's a synchronicity? And then when people get the synchronicity, they start Googling, like, ooh, what does 333 mean? Until they find the definition that works for them. And they say, oh, that's it. You just made up the definition anyway. You can do that with anything. Just like you said, right? Everything is a sign. When you've made the decision, it all becomes a sign. Does it look good? That's a sign. Is nothing moving? Oh, even better sign. It's going to be a surprise. Does it look good? It's all a sign. Every single thing. Waking up in the morning is a sign that I'm going to have a beautiful day, right? How do you define it, right? You're absolutely right.
Yeah, right. You don't have to wait for something specific. You don't have to wait for a feeling or a perfect thought, That's a beautiful thing. We have always a choice. We have always a choice. And techniques are great to give you this state of consciousness, right? To be conscious about these things, about thoughts, emotions, and circumstances, to access your power to choose or make a choice if you are affected by circumstances, thoughts, and feelings or not, right? Like, my, so to speak, quote-unquote ego can think, can doubt, can fear, right? But I have still a choice if I'm aware of it, right? If I'm aware of it, if I give it power or not. It's still a choice, So, again, if you want to, you can have fun with it, You can see it like a video game, If you play video games, you have sometimes to interact with people, you have sometimes multiple choices what you can do, Agree, disagree, talk about another city, blah, 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 whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can say it like this, No, I have a choice. What I should do, what can I do with this thought, these circumstances, or whatever, emotion, right? I can complain, I can say, oh, everything's against me, it's hard. Or I can choose it, to see it in my favor, right? Yeah, that's a great part. Man, and please think about it. What a freedom that is, that you always have a choice if you're aware of it. You don't have to accept anything as a universal truth that it's bad or good or whatever, Why not perceive everything in your favor, no matter what, That's your choice, that's your freedom, that's freedom, that's free will. That's your free will. You know what I mean? So use it. And techniques are great to achieve, quote unquote, achieve this awareness, that to make unconscious conscious,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did you?
And also you can say it like, I like to see it like sometimes with everything. Imagine you have a little wizard inside of you that's the source within, right? And the wizard within is blind, can't see and can't hear, right? Or it can only hear your voice, your conscious voice, right? So every time you see something, your wizard doesn't see it, right? It just listen to your command, right? And give you more of it. It paints a picture of more of it, right? For example, a bill comes in and you say, oh no, that's bad. Then it says, oh, okay, cool, something bad's happening out there. Here, I give you more, right? So, and the business always listens to you. They don't see, they just only hear your voice, right?
Yeah.
From this state of consciousness, or from this example, right? What do you have to lose, That's your freedom to see it how you want to,
Yeah.
You don't have, and even really, as I with love, right? And it includes myself. I swear it includes myself, right? I'm honest.
Yeah.
Sometimes we are quote unquote a little bit stupid, But that's great. That's fun. That's a game. We're a little bit stupid.
Yeah.
Because of course, feelings doesn't matter in general, but it's cool to feel good. Why not feel good, right?
Yeah.
But imagine something happens, or a thought or emotion, and then we complain about it, right? We complain. So what happens the most of the time? We feel even more worse, right? So that's what's the point of it, right?
Yeah.
So we don't want to feel bad or worse, and then we do something that we feel more worse after that, right? So what's the point, right? We are not judgment, right? Of course, sometimes happen. That's not a problem. Every moment is new. It doesn't matter what happened 5 minutes ago, right? No, but now we are aware of it, so we can choose differently.
Exactly.
So really, the best thing I found out is really accept it first, right? Accept first that you're already everything you desire to be. Accept it, right? Accept it. And after that, if you want to, for the fun of it, for the joy of it, you could do something that feels better, a technique or whatever. Why not? Why not feel good, right? But don't use it as a permission slip. Or if you want to, you can, right? Why not? But don't use it. I'm only this person after this technique, or after I feel this or that, right? Accept it first, and then you know what? I don't like this feeling. I want to feel this. I use the technique. But the acceptance comes first. That's a better point of view from my experience.
I agree.
Don't, because many people use it as first a technique and then acceptance. But for me, it works better if you accept it first and then quote unquote micromanage feelings. Why not? It's cool to feel good, right?
Yeah.
But without, I'm only this person when I'm feeling good, because then you're too addicted and too dependent on your feelings. That means that the risk is really high, that when you feel bad, you perceive it automatically as not in a state anymore, right?
Exactly.
Which is maybe a limitation.
It's a trap. It can be a trap. Yeah, exactly. Right. And I like what you said, because sure, if you want to use your feelings, go ahead, right? But I think, the bigger point that we both make is that you don't have to, right? You don't have to get caught up in the feelings and that small self that wants to sulk and complain and feel bad, right? You're not your emotions. Now, if you want to feel good and you believe, oh well, I'm more in alignment now. Well, that's a story anyway. You can do that if you feel so inclined to. But the bigger point is that you are simply in alignment with whatever you want. You are exactly who you say you are, no matter what you feel. Right? So do whatever you want with all of that, but you can make the choice right now to be whoever you want. And then you can choose what everything means along the way. Question for you, Lucas. Question for you.
Yeah.
Someone says, the beautiful goddess Lex says, I missed what he said about grief. Can you repeat? Did you speak about grief earlier?
Don't remember. But guess no, right?
I don't remember. Okay. Well, okay. Let's do a different question then. I got you. Cecilia asked, so I need to wake up to my abundance, and then how do I wake up to that?
How do we wake up to that?
Yeah.
If you really think about it, now you have the opportunity because you asked the question, right? So that's a great opportunity to wake up. So if everything comes from you, if everything comes from you and that there's no meaning, and you have always the free will to choose or perceive it how you want to perceive it, that's the biggest gift, that's the biggest abundance you can have, that there's nothing bad or good. You have the free will, you have the choice to do it, That's the biggest blessing you can have, that's the biggest abundance you can have, right? From my perspective.
Agree. I think even going further when it says, yeah, it is weird how it says mute, but I can still hear him. So even that follow-up, right, that says, if I'm already abundance, why don't I believe it? Well, that in itself is the answer, right? It's, okay. Abundance isn't something that you work towards. It's a remembrance of who you really are. Oh, you can't hear him? Oh, you couldn't hear him? Oh, how come I could hear Luca? Oh, I could hear him just fine. Lucas, say something.
Hello, hello, hello.
Can y'all hear him now?
I'm Lucas. Hello. Oh, you can hear me. Not manifested that you can hear me.
Okay, cool. Now they can hear you. That was odd. I was wondering. I was like, bro, why is your shit say mute, but you're still talking and I can hear you? That was odd. Okay, so I guess you got to answer the question again.
As a topic, like, first of all, questions are great. It's a great opportunity to wake up. And then I thought, again, that you have the free will. That, right, that everything is you, right? You are everything, right? At every cost of within, there's nothing outside of you. And you have the free will. Everything is meaningless. You have the free will to choose how to want to perceive it. There's no good or bad in general. You give the meaning. That's the biggest blessing, the biggest abundance you can have, right? That was my answer. That's the biggest blessing, right? There's nothing against you or whatever. If you really think on it and accept it, right? Okay, cool. This happened, I had this thought or this emotion or whatever, but I can choose. It's the biggest blessing, That was my answer.
Gotcha. That's a good point. That's a great point. Cause how do we all define abundance, right? To me, it's divine remembrance. It's remembrance of who you truly are. Because when I recognize that I am the temple of God, right, and God is pure abundance, then I just simply need to remember that truth. It would be difficult for me to think that I would need to walk around and know what it's like to hold $100 million in my hand if I've never experienced $100 in my hand, right? So when we start thinking about belief and things, we start going to the physical, tangible parts of it instead of just remembering that no, I am prosperity and I'm always taken care of. Right? Prosperity could be my ability to choose, right? Like Lucas said, right? It could be my ability to have good health. What are all of these things? Simply know yourself as all these things that you want, and allow those things to be added to you from that vantage point. Right? Don't necessarily make it about the physical thing. Make it about you. Make it about how you identify it. And then the second part is when we say things like, I'm just struggling to believe it. Well, it's gonna feel like a lie if you think that you're defining the external reality by what you say. Of course, it's gonna feel like that. But you're not describing the external reality. You're making a statement of who you are. You're declaring. You are standing in an identity right now. And then reality just follows that. And so the more that you simply make it about declaring who you are, and you start taking your mind or your eye off of that external reality, you just use it for fun, well, now reality has to follow you.
What is the opposite of abundance? Is it lack? Or what is the opposite of abundance?
I guess you could say lack, I guess.
Okay, then let's talk about lack.
All right.
From my point of view, lack is an illusion, right? Lack is just a perception, nothing more, not something that really is, from my point of view. Because you already have more than enough of something. Maybe something undesired, but hey, it's just an experience, right? You maybe have more than enough of your undesired SP, right? So cool, it's not something that you really lack or whatever. You desire something different, right? Cool, you can choose, right? So that's another shift in perspective from my point of view. If it doesn't make sense how I worded it.
No, it makes sense.
You have always more than enough of something, maybe, but it's your choice. If it's desired or undesired. If it's undesired, then choose desire. That's it.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I believe that there's no such thing as lack for real. But you are so powerful. We're all so much in alignment with source that we can create the illusion of lack, and we can have the experience of lack, even though there's only all that there is. Right? This is how powerful you are, right? We can create like like that comment said, we can create an abundance of lack if we sit there and we delusionally think negatively and think, as the world puts it, think realistically of how we want our life to be. Right? There's only all that there is. You don't fight. And the quote that has stood out to me, that I said, I don't remember how long ago, but it was, when you go outside, right, you don't fight off the darkness to get to the sunlight. You just open your eyes. You realize that the sun has been shining the whole time. Right? You don't fight off lack to get to prosperity. You remember that you are prosperity. You decree and decide that you are prosperity because you stop identifying with everything out there and you remember who you truly are.
I want to ask a question to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you know what you want, right? How do you know what you want, right? Question mark.
Great question.
No, I can't see the chat because it freezes. It freezes. Yeah.
I'm surprised more people haven't tried to join.
But just think about it, right?
It's a great question.
For a second. How do you know that? So, from my point of view, right? I will wait a few seconds. Enjoy the silence.
Somebody write an answer. Because I for sure know my answer.
What does the comment say?
Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate being on this journey with you. Thank you. What was the question? It was how do you know what lack is? How do you know what you don't want? Or how do you know what you do want?
Yeah, right. How do you know what you do want?
What you do? Okay, perfect. Exactly. It's such a good question.
Because we talk about it on that.
Yeah, I talk about this shit a lot. Exactly. Yeah, okay, so let's read some of the answers. Before you. Alright, so the constant idea of your desire. That's one. We decide. That's another one. You just know. Because what I want wants me. Because it makes us feel a certain way. I missed the question. I just know. Here's one from Evelyn. Right here's Evelyn. Evelyn hit the nail on the head. It's the opposite of what I don't want. Source says, what an answer. It's almost like what you don't want has purpose. Right? Source says because God sent it. The constant of your desire. Okay, go ahead.
I love all the answers, really, all the answers. But of course, one of the biggest things from my experience is really when you experience the opposite, right? Then you know really what you're on, right? Then you know, okay, no, that's not what I really want to experience, man. Right?
Exactly.
So, where's the neck now, right? So you got the biggest blessing you can have. With the knowledge now, right? How you can, quote unquote, achieve it. Or remember it, right? So, that's what the point I want to make. Where's the neck now? If you have this knowing now.
That's a beautiful point, right? That's the beautiful point. That's how do I make these things that I don't want somewhat meaningful? Well, you only know what you don't want because it gives you clarity on what you do want. But we spend all day focusing on the shit we don't want instead of realizing that there's beauty in this contrast. Ask most people, what do you want in a relationship? They're going to explain what they want through the lens of what they don't want. Well, I went through this and I didn't want that, so now I know I want this. Well, you just got beautiful clarity on what you do want by experiencing that polarity, right? You know how you want your SP to act now, right? Because you experience what you don't want. So instead of focusing on what you don't want, Just allow it to give you clarity to focus and love on what you do want. Really a magic formula.
Yeah. So yeah, you have a choice to make the undesired bigger or the desired bigger, right?
For sure. For sure. You better sigh in clarity. What other questions y'all got? Anybody else want to join? Anybody else got another question for Lucas? Now everybody shy today. It's a shy Thursday.
Yeah, hey, really, I'm a shy person. I still have this identity in me, I guess, I'm still nervous, but it's always a choice, even with this stuff.
Yeah.
So.
So someone said, can you talk about alignment?
Alignment?
Yeah, alignment. Can you talk about alignment?
From my point of view, you're already aligned for everything, for the good and the bad, Instead, it's a birthright, right? You can create this experience, the idea, the concept of not to be aligned, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you really choose this point of view, then you create this idea that you have to get out of unalignment, right? But the universal truth for me is you're already aligned if you allow it to be. If you allow yourself to be this way, because you're God, how could it be otherwise? God doesn't have to be, has to be, do something special to be aligned, right? It's already aligned for everything, for good and bad, quote unquote good or bad things. So it's really the remembrance and the allowance with your quote unquote imperfections, your human imperfections, to be aligned,
Yeah.
With the ego, with the doubts, with the fear sometimes, with the feelings, with the circumstances. So remembrance that you're still alive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like even saying that you're not in alignment, you have to be in alignment to even create an experience of not being in alignment, right? We tend to think of it backwards from a human perspective because we forget. We've forgotten that we are God. And when you forget that you're God and you create this illusion of separation, well, of course you're sitting down here thinking that you have to get in alignment and that you're out of alignment. When the truth is you could never be out of alignment. You're just the one that's walking around telling the story of not being in alignment, so you're creating the experience of not being in alignment. Instead, just tell the story the way that you want to be, the way that you want it to be. So the next part of this is how do you make sure that you align with what you want and not what you don't want?
How to make sure it's the same? Yeah, it's the same, right? It's the same answer. It's your decision always. If you took a decision, another perspective, it's done, You're already aligned. Until you perceive that you're not. That's it. You're always, insustainably you make a decision, that's who I am fucking right now. You're aligned. No matter if the ego comes out to say, but here, the evidence of the past is like this, right? Then it's your choice if you accept it as your truth or not, right? But your decision is your alignment. Point blank, period.
Yeah, exactly. What is there to, why do we believe that there's this unintelligent God within us that doesn't know what we want and don't want? What really is there to do except for know that everything is working out perfectly for you? To know that the things that you want are showing up. We act like, we hear infinite intelligence and we think, oh no, I'm smarter than that. No, I need to be clear on what I want with infinite intelligence or else it won't know what I want, right? That's the illusion of separation, is that we think that we're separate from source. And that illusion of separation just leads to so many problems. Thinking I have to be specific, or I can't be specific, or I have to affirm, or I have to be in alignment, I have to raise my vibration, or all of these things. When all of those things, those are the very stories that simply keep you away from having the life that you want.
Yeah. I for you, Albert.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, I want to point out before I ask it. It's not about the outside, right? It's only an interesting question or an interesting thought that I have. When we start this whole journey, when we came into meditation, right? We have all this word persistence. We have to persist, right? So it implies that you have to go through something, right?
Yeah.
You have all these stories. Circumstance doesn't matter. Maybe the opposite is happening. So many seeds are quote unquote out there that implies that you have to go through something big, right?
Yeah.
Be careful, you have to persist. So I thought about it. Is it really, if you want to see from a universal truth, is it really how the process works? You don't need to know it, right? It was an interesting thought. Is it really something that has to happen, like this comes up, maybe the opposite or whatever, that you can release it, right? Because there's no meaning, you can release the meaning of it, like it's normal process. Or is it more that through all these words and stories that we hear, that we create this own difficulty level, because of all these words of persistence and blah, 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 right? Or is it a mix of both, that we create more difficulties because of all these implications? That was the thought that I had, because it makes sense in a way, but also not,
Yeah.
But of course, just accept it, right? You don't have to worry about the shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it was an interesting question.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. I think it's a mixture of both, right? I think, however I want to look at it, I would still think it's both. So I get on this journey and people are telling me, oh, you have to do this, you have to affirm, you have to visualize, you have to yada yada, you have to reprogram, you have to do all these things. And so I'm constantly doing those things, and I'm going through life, and certain things in my external reality are showing me my beliefs. So I'm paying attention to my beliefs, and when those things show up that are not what I want, I have this opportunity to kind of either adopt a new belief, release an old belief, and move forward. So I'm always in this constant process of dropping beliefs, evolving and learning how this process works for me. Right. So I think that the releasing is one part of it. Now, you can why it's funny is because when I talk about reality creation, I talk about it from a very specific perspective. You are source. That's it. End of story. Everything that you do don't matter. You got it all right now. You don't have to get to that point to have the life that you desire. You can believe in reprogram. You can believe in all these different things and still create what you want. All right. So is there a right or wrong way? Well, I guess the only wrong way is for you to assume that you're not the person that you desire. But no, I think that both are true, right? You're going to have certain things that won't work for you because you don't believe that they work. You don't buy into them working. You're going to have other things that show up, and it's just a way for you to release your belief to get down the path of where you're supposed to end up to create whatever you want. So I know I just gave a whole roundabout answer, but I would say yeah to both. I don't even know if I answered your question properly.
Wait. Hey, hello. Fans, if you want to come up, please. I know that. And there was a question from Jesse. So now I see my chat. Why you guys think that humans became so dependent on someone or something to make us feel good? Question mark. From my point of view, feelings are great. I enjoy to feel great, right? It's always a story behind it, Why not feeling good? It's just this, from my point of view, the permission that I'm only this person if I'm feeling good, right? As I said, except first to the person, and then hey, it's cool to make things that feel good. It's a human. We still have a human experience, right? We're 80 years here, so why not feel the best that we can feel, right? Why not have the best feelings ever, right?
Exactly.
But without a soul behind it all, like accept it first and then man feel good, you know. And also that's a paradox. It's easier than for it's my experience. It's easier if you first accept it and then care about feelings, right? Because otherwise you resist feelings a little bit, you know. Like Neville would say, you have to feel it real. Now you're trying to do something to feel it real, and then you overthink it. Oh, did I do it wrong? Blah 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 blah. Now it's so much harder to feel better and whatever, you know, because you need this feeling first to accept it. But if you first accept it, then it's easier to feel it because there's no resistance anymore, you know.
Yeah.
And then it's great.
Yeah. Agreed.
Hi guys.
What it do? How you doing?
So funny. I was literally thinking before I got on this live, I was like, Alex is the type that like he would turn his math paperwork in with like he didn't show any work. He just had the answers on the page.
What you
and I'm
mean?
more of a like, I gotta show the work.
What you mean, man? You talking about how I got to the you don't have to do
go
shit?
straight to the end, like, no, decide. I'm like, there's some people who have to go through a process.
Yeah, some do. But you don't have to.
You don't have to. But I feel like you were saying, the contrast, it just questioning the contrast, questioning the cycles that you go through, it helps you to understand the beliefs that you're letting go in the process.
Questioning the cycle that you're going, yeah, just knowing
there's
yourself.
There's patterns and there's themes that keep popping up because there's an underlying belief of not feeling worthy or not feeling good enough or thinking that you have to accept certain things. And when you become an observer to those patterns, like, wait a minute, I've felt this before, I've been here before in some capacity.
Yeah.
What am I, why would I, that helps me at least, is like, what am I believing? Why do I feel like this, and what am I believing that is creating this reoccurring pattern or theme?
Yeah.
So I can let it go.
Yeah, it's about knowing yourself, right? You can't get over yourself without knowing yourself. So what were the patterns that how was I thinking to actually achieve the reality that I'm in right now, and how should I assume differently? Okay, boom, I assume differently. Right? So yeah, there is that aspect of me saying, all right, this is how I used to assume that I was. Now I assume differently. So I completely agree. All right, we can learn a lot simply by studying who we've been. I thought I saw another request, but somebody ran away. Somebody hit the request and ran away. I got shy today. I got a question for both of y'all.
That's huge. Like, because sometimes, a lot of people will have feelings about something and this doesn't feel good, but then they'll look outside of themselves like, well, it's them. They did this, or the circumstances make me feel bad. It's like, no. What do you believe that created this circumstance? What do you that's creating this feeling?
Exactly.
And that's how you learn, okay, I don't want to feel this way. What is the new belief?
Exactly. Because it's never them. It's never them. They're simply a reflection of you. Exactly. I got a question for both of y'all. So where does embodiment fit into this, or is it assumed? Belief without embodiment feels incomplete. What would y'all say to that?
I think it's assumed. I mean, you just decide that you are the embodiment. You decide the belief.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're going through the process, you start dropping off. I mean, you become more of that. You remember more of that embodiment as you keep choosing yourself, as you keep choosing your decision.
Mm-hmm.
And like exercise, like anything else, it just grows. Like it's difficult in the beginning, but it gets just easier and easier to just keep choosing, the belief and always know that you're in the embodiment of who you're supposed to be.
Yeah. What are you going to say, Luke?
So yeah, I also would say The decision is your embodiment, right? Because in this comment, is that I feel like, right? So now you give the feeling the power. You say, because you're feeling in such a way, that means you're not embodying the state anymore, right? So then it's your latest decision that you're not in the state anymore, not embodying it because of a feeling. But that's a limitation in my point of view, right? The decision is your embodiment. Until you accept a feeling, a thought, or a circumstance, that's true for yourself. That's the opposite, right? That you're not embodying. Embodiment, alignment are the same things, I guess. So you can perceive it like the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what does it even mean? Like what is like I feel embodiment? Like no, you choose embodiment and everything that happens after that point is the embodiment. Because I know I thought that too. Like, oh, if I'm the embodiment, I'm always confident, I'm always high vibe, I'm always happy. Like, no. No, because that's not real. Like you're gonna have days where you're sad and you're still the embodiment. It's still you. You just accept it and let it pass.
Yeah.
And you still choose. This is part of it. Like even when your SP comes back, even when you have the money, you think you're never gonna be sad? You think you're never gonna be upset? No, you are. Like that's just a part of this journey.
Yeah.
I love what you said, right? It's not this high frequency, 24/7, it's everywhere.
If anything, you feel more when you're in the embodiment. You have more range of emotion because you're being authentic to who you are.
Yes. And really, who told you that a bad, quote unquote, bad feeling is not embodiment anymore? Because you maybe, you only feel this feeling to release it. So that's the best embodiment you can.
Right. 100%. It's like you're releasing the old, when you're feeling the emotion. And I was a terrible proponent of this, 2 years ago. Like I didn't want to feel nothing sad. I hated it.
Yeah.
And now I was like, oh, as I'm on the spiritual path, I become more emotional, more, frustrated or feeling my emotions even more. But if anything, that has anchored me more into who I am called to be because I am being who I authentically am in the moment.
You better preach it. You better preach. Exactly, right. You make the choice and you are. The embodiment is instant, right? So Cecilia asks, is embodiment instantaneous? Of course, it's absolutely instantaneous, right? You have to understand that you are the unconditional identity of the Spirit of God. All right? It's unconditional. The Spirit of God just is. You decide what you are and you just are. You just are, right? From the moment that you have that desire and you decide, this is who I am. That is the embodiment right there. There's nothing more to do. You can do whatever you want, but there's nothing more to do. You simply need to be, to exist, to live, and know who you are, and it'll be added to you. Why y'all always get quiet after I say something? Nobody wants to push back? Right.
I don't think we need to push anything to push back on. It's true. I mean, I agree. And I used to get caught up when other manifestation coaches like, you are the proof. Like the 3D is not the proof. You are the proof. And I didn't understand that before, but now I completely get it. Like when I look at situations like, man, I used to react this way and now I see things, the same situation, I see it completely differently.
Yeah.
That's the proof.
Exactly.
My perception is the proof.
Facts.
Like now I'm at the point where like I don't explain myself. I don't get people to try to understand me. No is a complete sentence. Like very different than who I was, even 6 months ago. That's the proof.
Exactly. It goes even like what Lucas was saying earlier. Why not use everything as the proof? Right? It's something that we talk about here, right? Okay, when you've decided that you are who you say you are, everything is the proof. Seeing the opposite is the proof. Waking up and getting the hiccups is proof. It must be a sign. I got the hiccups. It's a sign that everything's showing up, right? Somebody cutting you off in traffic, it's all the proof. Everything is the proof. But the greatest proof, why all those things are the proof, is because you decide. because you are the proof, right? We're the ones that determine, oh, this synchronicity means this, or this means that. Well, all of that, the common denominator is us. It's your divine ass, right? So when you decide that you are the proof, now everything becomes a proof. Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
Yeah, or shift of perception, man. Really, always a shift of perception, really.
Yeah.
I love, really, also with emotions, right? As I said, with a body, man. Okay, maybe you feel bad, but maybe you only feel it because your body is dead, so you can feel it, and this means to release it, right?
Yeah.
Without forcing another feeling, right? Be present with feelings also, you know? It's a great, and it's also a great experience, man. Sometimes I enjoy to feel bad, you know? It's a different experience then,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. I don't try to feel bad.
Alex, I want to, I appreciate really, I love what you said all the fucking time about, especially with romantic relationships or whatever, you know. You want a really healthy relationship. That means, or that implies, for me, that you are there for your person, right? And their emotions. But you have to do it, you have to have the ability to do it with your own emotions first, you know, to deal with your own emotions first, to feel them first.
Yeah.
And don't fear them, don't run away from them, right? So be this person for you first, right?
Exactly.
I love this example, man. That's so true.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it is true. It was, because that was a big realization for me. It was, oh shit, well, if I can't sit in the discomfort of my own emotions, how am I going to sit with somebody else? And if I can't sit with my own emotions, how can I expect somebody else to do that for me? Because we're always, as humans, we're almost conditioned to be in this savior mode, right? Oh, nah, I'll be able to manage my emotions better when they're back, right? Oh, I won't be such a nervous wreck when that SP comes back. Oh, I can deal with my emotions better when they come back. They can show up better for me. They can sit in the discomfort for me. I want somebody to come healed and show up. Well, that's what we all say, right? But they're just going to be a mirror to me. So if I can't truly sit there in my own discomfort, then how could they? They couldn't. Because I wouldn't truly even expect that anyway. So everything becomes this divine mirror of showing us who we are.
Yeah, it's like you're using the external world. You should just look at it as data. Like back when I was into the psychological side of like anxious and avoidant and all that, I was the anxious, my husband was the avoidant, and later I'm like, shit, it was because I was avoiding my own emotions.
Yeah.
Of course he's the avoidant.
Exactly, right? It's funny how we can get all these labels from, everybody can put a label, but the label only becomes, first of all, the label of them, like you said, they're avoiding because shit, I'm the avoidant, right? Like they're simply reflecting me. But we get these labels and we treat them like voodoo doctors. We're like, oh my God, you're right. I am this. This is my sentence now. I can only date these type of people. I got to go to these type of places. The environment has to be like this. You have to be extra kind to me because I need this from you. Like we sit there and we'll let the external world just give us a sentence. And we'll wear a label on our forehead and says, I am damaged. You have to treat me like this or else, right? And so when do we get to the point where we decide, you know what? I'm bigger than anything that the world can show me, anything that the world can tell me. I actually want to create my reality the way that I want it to be, which is a very liberating feeling.
Yeah, the labels come with expectations that, the matrix or society puts on you. And now, I don't subscribe to any labels because I don't want to be put in a box.
Yeah. At all. Where's that? I saw another question. Dang, it's been a lot of... Oh, where was it? Here it is. Why can't I stay consistent? No, it was a more in-depth. Y'all got any advice? Okay, so it says, why can't I stay consistent in this? It's like one day I'm doing it and the next I am not. I don't want y'all to hear my broken record answer again.
Yeah, what does that even mean? What is it consistent in what? In how you feel about it? Like,
Yeah, the embodiment, I think.
yeah, it doesn't, your feelings and your thoughts are not attached to the embodiment. You just keep choosing, and anything that happens after that is the embodiment.
Yeah. When we talk about embodiment, belief, knowing, all of these things simply are awareness. What is belief except for what you are aware of the most? What is knowing except for what you are aware of enough? What is faith other than what you are aware of enough? So if you could even rebrand the word frequency, right? Because we hear frequency and alignment and vibration, and we're like, ooh, mysterious, right? But if we could even rebrand that and just say, how frequently am I returning to the story of what I want? How often am I placing my awareness on that instead of something else? That's it. That's it right there.
I think for me, when I wasn't allowing myself to feel the full extent of the emotion, I was trying to push myself out of a sad feeling or a mad feeling too fast. I would fall back into it quicker because I'm like, no, you got to just feel it. Just stop trying to force yourself to feel good. Let it pass. Once you acknowledge it, it will pass on its own. And then you just decide.
Yeah, exactly.
At times, I feel like I was like, having really crazy thoughts. I would go to the gym and my thoughts would go crazy. I'm like, what is happening? So I didn't feel it to the full extent. I tried to stuff it down.
Yeah.
So I just feel your emotions and then keep deciding.
Factual. Exactly. Like Neville said, it's not about doing it 24/7. It's how frequently you return to it. Exactly.
And then, the more you do it, it just becomes second nature. I mean, there's a lot of times I'll look back on like conversations like, man, that's crazy that it wasn't even a thought to like not clap back. It wasn't even a thought to explain myself. It wasn't a thought like, this is just who I am now. Whereas before, I had to consciously like, don't say anything, just let them, you know what I mean? Like now it's like, no, this is just who I am.
Exactly. Yeah. I completely agree. There's times where things show up in my reality that don't look the way that I want them. And there's no point in me going back and forth. I simply just ride it out, know who I am, and watch it just change instantly. I told you how the story about the woman I was talking to maybe a week, 2 weeks ago. So I don't remember. How she just changed right in front of me in the midst of two conversations. Like simply by just flowing with it and knowing who I am through it. In those type of situations, they happen all the time. But yeah, it becomes a muscle. It becomes second nature to begin to know who you are and place the importance of your identity over the external circumstances.
I think it shocks me when it flips mid conversation or like, you'll think you'll have an expectation like, well, maybe it's not gonna pan out, and then it does. You're like, dang, this is crazy. Like it keeps just going in my favor every time.
Yeah, every time.
I still get like excited about that. That's refreshing.
Yeah, same here. I still go back to the mirror like, yeah, nigga, what's up? I'm that guy. What's up? So it's still cool every single time. It's still cool every time. Girl, you thought you were gonna say no to me?
I would even think like, contrast to me is a huge indicator of elevation. Because if you were not growing, nothing would be, you know what I'm saying? It would just be a broken record. Like you'd be going through, the minute you change your mind, it's going to be contrast. The minute you change your decision, there is going to be contrast. So that is elevation.
Yeah.
There's scripture on that. Count it all joy when things are coming in. It's going to come. You have to let go of the old.
Yeah, count it all joy. Count it all joy. You're right, see, by the way. People show up hot for you. Here's the next one, all right? They're doing magic on folks, are we? What? All right. So, do people show up how I perceive them or how I perceive myself to be? Y'all are getting caught up in the semantics. Y'all are getting caught up in all these things. Either one, or both, or one. It's whatever you believe.
Yeah, I would say both. It's not this or that, it's this and that sometimes, you know. It's really, you know, you can have a great perception of yourself, right? But, and then other people may respect to you. And then maybe there's one particular SP in chat, for example, because that's a big topic. And you have still a bad story about them, then guess what? Everyone around you will match to your new perception of yourself. But this one is P because you still hold on to your old story. Maybe step back to you. So both.
Yeah, I believe it's both. But I believe it doesn't. When you're so focused on yourself, it really doesn't matter which one it is. Because you're focused on yourself. So if you are focused on you, if someone is showing up, quote unquote, like, you know, how I perceive them are less than where I'm at, I literally count it as spam. Like spam mail. Like, whatever, I'm not paying attention to that. It's not what I'm going to give any energy to.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, it's like swipe. like TikTok, swipe.
Exactly. I love that. I love that. Right. Your assumptions about them stem from beliefs about yourself anyway. That's absolutely true. Our identity is first anyway. How I believe, right? So even if we go to these generalized statements that people make when it comes to dating, right? Women ain't shit, men ain't shit, right? We'll go there. Well, what does that actually stem from? This doesn't spawn out of thin air, right? It comes from an experience of how I see myself. Not even experience. It comes from how I view myself. How do I believe that people treat me? Who do I identify as? Okay, now because I have this identification that people have treated me like this, well, Alice, you don't understand. This has happened. She did this. And she had a train ran on her by my friends. Something happens to us, and now we push out that belief on the world. So how we believe them to be, it always starts with us. Everything starts with us. We're the common denominator, right? You're the one picking yourself up and then carrying your body to another relationship and keeping the same belief and then assuming that, man, all these women are the same. All these men are the same. What? It's you. You've been the same through all of them. So, of course, they're all the same. Yeah, I had to throw in the train. It's just more dramatic. Really hits the point.
Hello. I just wanted to expand on what I was saying, but I mean, you did a little bit of it anyway.
Go ahead. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm always blessed. I appreciate you.
So I was just gonna say that at the end of the day, your assumptions around your life in general, even if it's not a relationship, whether it's money, career, joy, happiness, it comes from the beliefs that you have around yourself. So like all those insecurities that you keep, they get projected out and they're reflected back to you like a mirror through other people. And so, for example, if you struggle with money and you're like, I'm just not smart enough, I don't have the talent to keep like a good job, I don't have the talent to like blow up on TikTok, you're gonna start seeing that in other people. So you're gonna meet someone who's TikTok famous and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? How did they do it? Right? You're gonna like all of that gets like the universe, if you will, is a feedback system, right? Like you put in information and it just gives you feedback. If we're talking like on a scientific level. And so if you're insecure around money, you're gonna keep meeting people that are either really successful and you're gonna wonder how the hell they did it and that you're gonna continue to think that you can't do it. Or you're gonna meet people who also think like you are gonna be like, oh, money is hard to come by, you know, I can't keep a job, there's so much lack and scarcity in the world, so on and so forth. But that's because that's what you think, right? And so if you change that and you tell yourself, well, no, money comes to me easy. I actually don't have to work hard. I can get a job easily and I can make it big on TikTok and Instagram or whatever. Then you start meeting like-minded people who then now becomes like a inspired action and like, you know, you get motivated to actually do something that's gonna like start, putting the puzzle together for you.
Beautiful. Any of y'all want to say something else? I can't say it better than that, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying?
It seems like you have a little bit of knowledge. Thanks. I love it. I love it.
Say what did you say?
It seems like you have a great knowledge. I love it. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm the best coach. I'm just kidding. No, I like to use science
You're
because
not-
I was a very nerd kid, and
You're not
I like
kidding.
to see things explained, and so I did a lot of I till this day still read up on quantum physics, and if you guys want to know, Nassim Haramein explains it deeply, in a way that people I think can understand. Because some people come into this, a lot of the stuff that you're seeing online now is just a regurgitation of the same thing. Feel it. You gotta have a high frequency. You need to be grateful. Da da da. Da. But it's really not that complicated. It's just who do you think you can be, who you want to be, and then just go carry yourself with the thoughts of that person, right? Like if you want to be successful, if you want to be in a fulfilled relationship, if you want to have a joyful life, think from that identity. Think as a person who, okay, if I had a fulfilled life, if I was successful in my career, would I really be tripping about a bill right now? Probably not. I'd be like, oh yeah, thankfully I can pay this off. Like nothing. It's like in the Matrix when he bends backwards and he dodges all those bullets. It's like you have those bullets are your circumstances. You just gotta let them get dodged. Because you wouldn't be worried if you were in a fulfilled relationship. You wouldn't be worried about a girl's phone number in your man's phone, or how many people he's following, or how many girls' pages he likes, right? You're like, oh, I don't give a shit because I'm secure enough to know that I am the only woman that he could even desire.
Cheers to
And it
that.
goes like that across the board for every area of your life.
100%. Absolutely agree. I love that you brought up the Matrix. That's my favorite right there. So even to expand on that part, right? When we talk about the bullets representing the circumstances, one of the most important realizations that Neo made in that movie was that I don't have to fight against those circumstances anymore because I am the source. I'm the one that gives them meaning. I breathe life into them anyway. So when he truly awakened, right, he wasn't even dodging them. Just like Morpheus said, right? Morpheus was the personification of the higher self, saying, when you're ready, you won't even have to dodge the bullets. You don't even have to run or fight the circumstances. And so that awakening moment was him just simply saying no, right? The circumstance can look like whatever, but I make the decision on who I am.
Fighting Agent Smith, and he no longer had to fight him physically. He literally just saw him as a bunch of code and was like, oh, you can't do anything to me.
Exactly.
Like you said, I'm the source. He was the source.
Exactly. Where you from? Or do you mind answering that? If you don't have to.
Well,
No.
give me like my ethnic background, or where do I live?
Yeah. What area do you
Well, I'm
reside in?
Afghan, so I was born in Afghanistan, but I live in Los Angeles right now.
Gotcha.
I actually just moved to Switzerland.
Oh, nice. That's a big move right
Yeah, I'm
there.
all around the world.
Why do you move to Switzerland?
Oh, yeah, you want to hear my SP story? That's why.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The sex story that's how it's 17. Please tell us.
I'm your favorite success story, Lucas.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, it's a great story, man.
Oh, I know exactly. Okay, go ahead. I just put two and two together.
Story?
Go ahead and tell it.
Well, okay, so I met my man last year in LA. He has a house an hour away from me. Prior to him, I was in a really shitty relationship, and then I met him, and he was perfect. But then I started, getting into my own head because I had my own insecurities and beliefs around relationships, right? Like, one, because his background, he's Arab, right? They're like, oh, well, Arabs are like this, and you can't do this, and on the first date you have to act like this, like all these things, right? So I just started getting hella into my head. I started listening to like all these stupid dating coaches online and taking advice from my friends, who, by the way, they were all projecting their own insecurities because they had their own issues in their relationships. So I took that and made it my problems, which I didn't have to, but anyway.
Yeah.
So there's this perfect man who, like I said, absolute perfection. I started getting into my head, and I think after like 2 months, maybe, he started reflecting those beliefs, right? Our texting started becoming more sporadic. He didn't talk on the phone as often. He kind of just started pulling away. I mean, we were never in no contact, and that was also because I had an assumption that we would never be in no contact. But our like communication went like real low, right? But when we first met, the alignment or whatever you want to call it was there. But something that we really bonded over was our love for Switzerland. He went to boarding school there. You know, he was raised in Europe. I'd never been to Switzerland. I always dreamed about Switzerland, and I was like, I see myself moving there by the time I'm like 35 to 40. Mind you, I'm 28. So that was like a distant thing, right? And then he was like, "Oh my God, that's amazing! I would love to like take. I want to be the one to take you to Switzerland. You know, you would love it. Blah blah blah." So it was great. And then, like I said, we kind of started getting distant. And then I discovered, like around August, the law of assumption. I saw some videos on YouTube about coaches saying like, "Oh, you can manifest a text and you can manifest SP." And I'm like, "What the hell is this?" Because I knew about law of attraction, but I had a very limited understanding of it. I didn't think you could really like manifest people, especially exes. So I got into this whole attracting SP thing, and I started like going deep into it, right? And I just was like, okay, I need to do this. Of course, I did all the techniques and I would do the meditations because I was like, okay, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? And I wasn't getting the results because I was aware that I wasn't getting results, right? But fast forward to this year, I finally booked my trip to Switzerland, and he wasn't even in my mind when I did that. I just did it because I really wanted to like go to Switzerland this year. And then
Yes.
the last time him and I spoke was around, I think, June. And so again, we were never in no contact. If I texted him, he would text me. But again, like the conversation wasn't fulfilling. Like, you know, there just wasn't a relationship there, right? So around
I love it.
the last time I texted him, I was like, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. Like, I'm over it. I'm not gonna be the one. Like, when he's ready, when my manifestation, quote unquote, is like cooked, it'll come to me. I'm not gonna have to do anything, right? So I put him on the back burner completely. But mind you, during the whole process, even though I had my moments of doubt, even though like there were days when I tripped out and I cried and I was upset, I kept saying it doesn't matter. I know it's gonna work out. Like I had reminded myself that it's done, right? So in June, this was like a month before my travels, or 2 months. I had a random ass dream. It was me and my friend walking through some city, and I don't even know where the city was, but I had to go to the bathroom in my dream, and I was like, "Can we go find a bathroom?" And I see this door, and I'm like, "That looks like a bathroom. Let's go in there." I go in there. It was not a bathroom. I somehow ended up in Switzerland, and from the right side, I hear a voice that says, "Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I missed you." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" So it turns out it's him, and he's like, "Yeah, like, let me show you around." He's like showing me his house and telling me how much he's missed me and he's loved me and all this shit. And I'm like, "What the hell?" I woke up like, this is crazy. And I told my friend, I'm like, "Can you imagine if I run into him in Switzerland?"
Hell
So
yeah.
fast forward, July comes around, August. So my flight to Switzerland was July 31st. At that time, also, I had, and this is how, like, I always say, just give everything the meaning that it's working out in your favor, because it is. A friend of mine decided to travel with me to Switzerland, but she started pissing me off, and we got into this whole thing. And, like, my whole trip basically had to get rearranged to, like, fit her needs. And it was really pissing me off because it was my birthday and it was supposed to be all about me, right? So
Okay.
on the last day, we were in Zurich, I think we were returning to Zurich, and she wanted to go shopping and buy souvenirs, and I was like, no, like I want to go do what I want to do, like you just go do your thing. So I got on a train. I was gonna go to I think Zermatt in Switzerland, and my train had to stop in Interlaken, and my original like choice that I had planned in Switzerland was I was gonna stay in Interlaken because it's a beautiful city, right? And that's the city that I manifested. So I had no intention of going to Interlaken itself. I was supposed to go to a whole other city, but when I realized I had to stop in Interlaken, I was like, you know, just get off of the train, go to that hotel that you were gonna stay in, you know, have a drink, take it in, and then go to your destination. So I got off, and as soon as I got off the train, I just started walking around like Interlaken. I just got like had the sense of knowing. I don't know what it is. Like I was just overcome with peace. I was chilling. I was enjoying my life. Like I was just so proud of myself because Switzerland for me was such a big thing. You know, like I also manifested a 6-figure career and all these things, and so being in Switzerland was like, wow, like I'm really living my dreams right now, right? Mind you, about him, like it's all about me, 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 me. So I go to the restaurant, I sit down, I order my drink, and Interlaken's a very touristy area, and there's a lot of Middle Eastern people there. So I was like, oh, that's funny. There's so many Arabs here, and I just was like, oh, let me just text him, right? And I texted him. I was like, you know, there's so many Arabs in Interlaken, and he responded right away. He was like, you're in Switzerland. How long have you been here for? Like, where are you staying? Are you here alone? I really want to see you. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, yeah, I'm here for, this long, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, I'm in Germany right now, but I definitely want to see you. Let's stay in touch, this, that, and the other. And literally, like 2 days later, 3 days later, we meet up. We're like touring Switzerland together. We went to Zurich. We were in Basel, and he's like, "I'm so happy you're here. I can't like wait." And I told him like, I was like, I love Switzerland. I actually want to stay here. I don't want to go back. He's like, you know what? Stay here. We could like live together. We're gonna have a beautiful place. We'd have a beautiful life together. And like he's talking about marriage and kids and all it's we're looking at homes in Zurich together. Like it feels so unreal, but it's also like hell yeah, because I did this.
That's that's such a badass story. I love it, right?
And he repeated the stuff that I had seen and that that he was saying in my dream. He was like, "Oh my god, I've missed you so much. Like, I'm so happy you're here." And like all of this shit. And I'm just like, is this for real?
Yeah, yeah. So there's a lot of people that are SP crazy on here, right? Would you give them some advice,
Yeah.
man?
Honestly, look, it's because I was talking to Lucas about this after the whole fact. Like after I was with him, and even now, I think back on it so much. I'm like, being in Switzerland, I also did shift because I feel like I left the part of my old self in LA. But being here, back in LA, like, and just remembering the processes that I was going through, trying to manifest him back, right? And it's made me realize, one, it's really not that hard. Just get out of your head, because we're like in our head thinking we have to do all these techniques, and you have to constantly watch content, and you have to like always be talking about, and like we think our life has to revolve around manifestation. That is not true. Go live your fucking life. Go like take a trip. Go do some fun activity with your friends. I don't know, like go eat some good food. Like literally do anything, but stop thinking like your life has to revolve around manifestation, because it's all happening for you perfectly. You have to tell yourself that with whatever circumstance you see. Because like I said, I cut out a lot of the details, but the shit that happened with my friends almost made me cancel my trip to Switzerland, and almost made me like not even want to go. And I was gonna leave early, and I was just gonna stay in Germany, right? But all of that happened perfectly to the point where we ended up back in Zurich, and and then I ended up in Interlaken, right?
Yeah.
And so when I say get out of your head, you've declared it. You're going into, okay, like I'm gonna get this man or woman back, and I'm gonna have this or that or whatever, and just let it unfold to you. Anytime you have a thought that you don't like, or anytime you have a circumstance that you don't like, just be like, you know what, this is working for me, and then carry on with your day and go do something. Like I cannot stress enough, distract yourself. Because the more you sit here thinking like, well, where's my manifestation? Where's my man? Where's this? Where's that? You're just constantly thinking about how you don't have it. If you had it, you wouldn't be sitting around thinking you don't have it. You'd be living your life. You wouldn't put your life on hold,
Dropping them gems. Exactly. We get in our own damn way with all the processes and all the overthinking and trying to push ourselves like we don't have it when we just have it. We just need to. It's the stop trying and just know, right? The Matrix quote, right? Stop trying to hit me and just hit me. Don't think you are, know you are. Right. So I agree.
And really, Davi, I love how you really bypass all the logical steps, right? Because from my logical perspective, moving together is a big step, right? It's like you have to date again for a few months, then a relationship, then maybe after 1 year you will live together. You're talking about let's move together, let's live together, right? But no, you skipped all those fucking logical steps, man. You're a cheat code. You're not allowed to. No, I'm joking, but
I was like, because I told myself even during all of the processes, I was like, it doesn't matter. Like I know I'm gonna be married to this man, and it's him, and it has to be, because like I need to prove myself right, And I just stuck to it. That's all that it is. Like I said, I had my days where I cried, where I was like, oh my God, where is it? I feel like I've been doing this for 7 months or whatever, but the minute that I actually, and I haven't, people think they've been manifesting for 8 months, a year, whatever, but it's like, no, you've been trying to manifest for that long. The minute you actually like hone in and you have that knowing, that fulfillment, you make a declaration and you carry on, manifestation really is instant. Because like I said, when I was in Interlaken, that's the moment I actually manifested. Because like I had that feeling of fulfillment. I was like, yeah, I know it's done. I'm not tripping about any of it. And then boom, there he was like 2 days later in person, right? I can't sit here and say I've been manifesting since last year because since
Yeah.
last year what I was doing was I was trying to manifest. I kept trying to do things to get something, and that's not what manifestation is. Manifestation isn't trying to get something. It's just becoming who you are.
Y'all hearing this?
Sorry.
No, I just make sure everybody was hearing this. I say, y'all hearing this? I agree, right? It's that question: when are you gonna stop trying to manifest it and just know that you have it? When are you gonna just decide that you are everything that you want to be?
Yeah, and you know, faith is a big factor in manifestation. They say like you have to have that faith, even at as small as mustard seed. But that's really it. Despite whatever you're seeing on the outside, just tell yourself it's working out for you because it really is. You get to make that decision. The scientific term for it is your confirmation bias, because what you believe is what your brain is going to keep giving to you, right? But that's another conversation.
Exactly. That's exactly what confirmation bias, right?
But yeah, I mean, just the little side, like Lucas said, because he's the one that made me put it in perspective. I surpassed it, like, right? Because in my head, I still thought, like, oh, you know, we're probably going to be dating for a little bit, and then we're going to, like, you know, move in together and this, and then, again, in 5-6 years, I'd be moving to Switzerland. No, that shit literally happened overnight. You know, there is a lot of it to it. Like, you just have to know that you can have the exact life you want. You just have to have faith and trust yourself that your will, your universe, your God, whatever is working for you.
Yeah, leave that logical mind behind and decide what you want and be that, right? I love your story, right? It's the absolute perfect story about how you simply have to make the decision. And when you make the decision, there is no logic. There is no, this is how it has to be. There is no, well, if it looks like this, then it must be right? Because somebody could have easily just been like, well, if I go there, then what if, you know, they hit me up and I'm not available for them? There's so many other things that could have been thought instead of just being, instead of just living your life and allowing it to all perfectly unfold. Beautiful.
I want to, you know, I love it. I want to say you're always faithful. The question is which story, right? So, yeah. And I love what you said with mustard seed. You know, it doesn't, from my perspective, doesn't mean it's small. You have a small faith. A mustard seed knows that it's a mustard seed. You know, it's like it represents a knowing for me. And yeah, it's really like this, right? Live your life or know that you already everything you desire to be and let it come to you, right? That's it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think that some people can get caught in this manifestation content and it becomes about getting something. And that's a trap. It's just about, like, anything that I've manifested, it was literally like what you're saying, just about being. I wasn't even necessarily concerned or focused on the desire because it's going to be there. I was focused on just being present and being fulfilled, and then it came.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, for me also, when I was in Switzerland, like, when I felt that moment of absolute peace and just, I was, like, you know, present, I was enjoying my vacation and living my best life, I was detached from the thought of him, from the thought of manifestation, from the positive, like, all of it. I just was like, I'm actually enjoying this moment. And I think that's a key factor, like, living presently, because we're so trained that, like, time is linear and there's a past, future, and present, but it's like, no, if you live presently, you're living in this now moment, because the past and future don't even actually exist, right? And if you're living in this moment, then you can have the life that you want in this moment. There is no future to look forward to because it's all happening now.
And I like how you said, like, you were like, you still had the desire for him, but you were kind of over it. You're like, I don't want to do this anymore. But I think that is so key, because I think The contrast is actually what pushes people to focus on just being. Like, I'm done with this version of this person or this situation, and I'm just going to focus on myself. And you realize you are the fulfillment that you're looking for. That's the point. You become the fulfillment, and then everything is attracted to that.
Yeah, 100%. I think because I have some clients and some people that I've met in this community who they're so deep into this, like they are, emotional 24/7. They're like they have this desire, this, and a lot of it is SP manifestation, right? And they put them on such a pedestal that they're like, I literally feel like I could die. Like I want to kill myself because I don't have my SP. And I'm like, first of all, nothing is that important for you to take your life over, right? Like you have to see that you're putting something outside of you so above you when that thing is not actually outside of you, it's within you.
100%. Like you're abandoning yourself for this desire. That's so backwards.
Yeah, it's like the minute you. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, but contrast, you get into that rock bottom moment. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. I have this completely wrong. Like even for me, like seeing the contrast was like, okay, this is not more important than me. I am the main character of this story. Period. So I'm gonna choose me, and then everything else chooses you.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I think something that people should practice, and it might be uncomfortable, but this is what really gets you past all the other bullshit that you like feel and experience in the manifestation process. Sit down with yourself and think, okay, let's just say, for example, manifestation doesn't work and it's not real and you don't get your SP back. What is the worst that's gonna happen? Like, is your world gonna end? Or will you be okay that you don't get this person and then you go and find someone else or something else, right? Like, the minute, that's detachment. The minute you can tell yourself, like, I'll be okay without this thing because you have it on such a pedestal, then everything comes to you because now you don't need anything, right? Like, in what is it, Matthew 11:24? He who has more will be given to him, and he who doesn't have what he has will be taken away. Like, if you have this thing on such a pedestal that you're telling yourself your life is going to end, you're never gonna get it.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
You know what I mean? And I sat with myself and I was like, okay, obviously I like this man, right? Like, and that's okay. We like what we like, we want what we want, that's fine. But let's just say that manifestation doesn't work and I've been like fooling myself and this is, just delusion. Will I be okay that I don't have this man and I end up marrying someone else? Yes, my life will go on. In fact, I might even find someone better than him. I will be okay, right? But I think a lot of people, they're not comfortable enough to have that conversation with themselves. Like, to even speak the worst of themselves in their mind to say that I will be okay if I don't get this thing. Because you will be okay. But there's just so much emphasis on it because right now you're coming from a place of lack and anxiety and fear that, I don't have the money or I don't have the love and I need to do this by this date and this, that, and the other, that you don't realize you're putting it higher and higher and higher and higher above you when it shouldn't be above you because it is you.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate part is, say you do get your desire and you're in that state, you're not gonna be happy.
And you're gonna lose it right back.
You're gonna be like, this is it? This is what I've been finding over? This is crazy. Like, I love how Alex is always like, these crusty SPs or whatever the tip he uses. It's like, here, it's like just another person. Like, it's not the end all be all. So you do all this crying and you realize, wait a minute, I was okay. I was fulfilled even when they weren't here. Musty, that's what it is. Musty SPs, yeah.
The musty, crusty, dusty ass SP. Oh, alright, y'all gonna get quiet again. I was trying to let y'all go.
At the end of the day, it's really about the attachment about I am not.
I want to respond to Source because she says sometimes she feels like if she's doing it wrong because people manifest instantly. But what I'll say to that is one, stop looking at success stories and stop looking at timelines because everyone's awareness is at different levels, right? Everyone's situations are completely different. I was doing that too, and I remember I used to talk to my friends who they were also manifesting SPs, and they're like, oh my god, guess what? My SP just texted me, we're going on a date tomorrow. And my instant thought would be, what the fuck? I've been doing this for 4 months. Why haven't I gotten a text back? Or why don't I see any action, right? But that doesn't mean it wasn't happening. Because look at me, my thing was happening in the background, right? For me, like it was all the shit that was going on in the background that I couldn't even see. So don't compare yourself and think that like what instant is for someone else has to be instant for you. You know, like you're on your own timeline, you're on your own path. You have a whole different experience that's waiting for you, and your story is designed perfectly for you by you because only you know what you want and what's gonna be to you. Like I've always wanted a dramatic love story. I've always wanted some shit that like they write in the movies and the books, and guess what? That's what happened to me, and I'm fine with that and I'm fine with not getting a text back all those months ago because that means I had the love story that I wanted.
And I look at it even a step further that anybody that's in your reality is just a product of your awareness. So you've made up this story about your friends. This is just a product of your movie that you made up. You don't really actually know what's going on in their actual consciousness. It's all a product of you. So if there's people that are getting their SPs, not getting their SPs, it's all stories that are made up to fit your reality. So it's not even technically real. So that's how I get out of comparing myself to other people.
The girl sources.
I am source. He's in Europe. I'm back in LA because I had to come get my cats and sell my car and pack my things. He's actually coming to LA because he has a house here. I think in a couple of weeks also, but he's trying to see because he's like maybe I don't have to come and I could just go to his house, get a few of his things and just meet him there. But we're together, yeah, 100%. We're just in different continents again because I need to come get my babies.
As soon as somebody mentioned the SP success story, everybody want to know the exact formula. You're writing it down like your grandma recipe right now. God damn.
See, I think Source, when your whole thing about when you were young, you would pray and not get them answered. I think some part of you believed that prayer wouldn't work and you wouldn't get your prayers answered. That's why it didn't work. I grew up with Christianity and Islam in my background, and I was taught all these things. And I prayed, but I was like, this shit, there was some part of me that believed that it wouldn't work, right? Because I don't know, for whatever reason, and so it didn't. But now I've completely shifted away from religion altogether, and I tell myself every day, I am the proof because I've done it. Just test it. Neville always said, test it. What's the worst that can happen? You get exactly what you want, or you don't get what you want. But what's the best that can happen? You get exactly what you want. But I would say it's the faith. Have the faith that okay, I made this declaration, and then go live your life and forget about it. Literally just forget about it. Don't sit there when is it coming? How do I? You don't need to do anything at all. You don't need to send anyone a text. You don't need to apply for a job. I didn't even apply for my job, and I got it, and I've been making 6 figures. So.
And I think prayer in the Christian space is a lot of asking and looking for answers outside of yourself. I just literally did a post about how waiting on God is a trap. It's not, no. it's a hamster on a wheel. So it's more about declaring and knowing the power that you have inside. Why is that so funny? Why are you laughing?
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at laughing at the comments.
Praying something to outside of you is hoping, but faith is knowing. That's the difference.
100%.
I'm laughing at Source. She said she knew earlier, but her comments are saying otherwise. What's the worst that can happen? If it's let me just say something right quick in the middle of this. So if there's one thing that I'm constantly pushing, it is getting out of trying to survive reality until whatever you want shows up, and truly waking up to the knowing that you are the creator. And if you really wake up to this knowing, then you would truly enjoy your life, right? You don't just want this one person. You don't. You want a good life. You don't simply want to sit here and spend all your day affirming, all your day visualizing, all of your day fiending for a text back. And then when they get there, you're sitting there with so much anxiety and fear and doubt 24/7 that you can't even be a good person for them. What is the point in that? What, like, do you come into this law just from the lack of one person? Or are you actually focused on making yourself the center of your reality, right? There has to be this evolution, this step. Because when we are just waking up, and I'll say it again, right? So y'all hold hands, sit down. When you are just making that person the center of your reality, and you are waking up in the morning and you are affirming to them like they are God, please, I hope that they respond to this affirmation. Then before you go to sleep, you're visualizing to them like they are your God. And then all day you're monitoring your thoughts and your emotions and trying to stay in some mysterious vibration or frequency that you don't even know what that shit means. This is not a fulfilling life. This was, when you thought of your dream life, you never signed up for your life to be like that. Never. So if you can make your life exactly the way that you want it, why are you going to that reality? You already have what you want. It's already yours. Okay? Decide that it's already yours, and then you live your life, right? The more that you're trying to be in alignment, trying to figure out, oh, they did this. What was the affirmation you used? What was the technique you used? What did you do this? How did you do that? Well, it doesn't matter what they did. They could have done 10 different techniques. What matters is that they decided who they were. They decided that they had it, and that was it. Sims, the God is right here. She decided it was hers, and so it is. She could have affirmed, she could have not. She could have visualized, she could have not. It didn't. She decided that is the point right there. So when you decide, reality bends. When you decide. But if you're continuously making the decision to say that you need to do more, be more, affirm more, find out more, get more information, get more techniques, figure out what you're doing wrong. You understand that continuously asking or assuming that you're doing something wrong is a choice? When you're constantly walking around saying, oh, I must be doing something wrong. What am I doing? That you're choosing. Guys, you're God. You're God. You can right now choose what you want, and so it is. Let there be light, and so it was. Let there be light was not repeated. It wasn't robotically affirmed. It wasn't visualized. It wasn't reprogrammed or rewired. It was stated. It was a declaration of who you were. It was a choice. And then it was. Right? You have this same power within you, the power that creates worlds within you. Surely, it can bring you your funky, dusty, musty ass, stanky breath ass SP. Surely you can get at least that one SP. Surely. Right? You simply just have to remember who you are. All right, I'm off the soapbox.
By the way, you said you can't get that musty, dusty, stank breath SP. I ran as a 4 SPs, and like it's not that hard. And I can say this now after like sitting back, but it's really just go back to yourself, remind yourself who you are, and just enjoy your life and get the focus off of them, because they're not above you. If they're above you, they're not going to be thinking about you. They're going to be thinking about themselves, because you're putting yourself low. They're not going to put you on a pedestal either. They're going to think of you just as you think of yourself, which is very lowly.
Exactly.
That's the same with money too. Money, prosperity, all that.
You got to make yourself the source. You have to put yourself in the center of your universe. Put yourself in the center of reality. Make it about you, because it is. When you're making it about them, you're saying that they are the source. And so they will act as such.
Yeah, when you make it about them, you're giving away your value, so you don't have any value.
Just giving it
I
away.
was just tripping about money yesterday because I have my own business, and you know that can be trying at times. But then once I was like, felt the emotion, felt the fear or whatever, my perspective changed. Like, hold on, I only worked 2.5 weeks last year, and we made more last month than I only worked 2.5 weeks last month, and we made more last month than we did the previous month, and I worked less. I've never not worked this much.
I ain't gonna lie. When you said 2.5 weeks last year, I was like, hold on. Let me talk.
No.
Holla at your boy after the call. What's this?
No. And I used to work 40 or 50 hours a week
Yeah.
normally. Now I'm down to working literally 2.5 weeks. And my 2.5 weeks is 20 hours a week. So what is that? Over a whole month, And then I was like, wait a minute. I'm fearful because I'm thinking this is the only way that I'm going to make money. That's not true. That's not true. Literally the next day I get an email about making money outside my job. Outside of the business. And I was like, see? I'm tripping. Like, it comes in a myriad of different ways. I got a bonus at my old job, and I don't even work there anymore.
Yeah, same thing for me. When I moved to Switzerland, I was like, because I have not worked since I left for Switzerland. I quit my job, and I told myself, you know what? I'm never gonna work a day in my life again. The world, the universe, people, everyone around me takes care of me. I'm almost taken care of, and all my needs are met. And I don't even know time anymore because I'm just chilling, living my best life. The money comes from out of nowhere, like she said. Like I had my old employer from more than 2 years ago sent me a random ass check for I don't know what the hell. My ex-employer from this year sending me random ass checks for I don't know what the hell. Like money just comes from anywhere. Insurance company sending you money, like that's fine by me. I take it.
Yeah, and if people are making money around you randomly, you take that as a sign, like it's coming to you because they're just a projection of your reality.
Yeah. Even a bigger thing too, like y'all are both into, is expanding your mind to what is possible, right? If we're constantly, it goes back to what we've been constantly saying about this getting beyond logic. If you're constantly just sitting in logic, oh, this is how money has to come. It has to come through this, right? I've been praying for prosperity, but the raise won't come around till next year. What am I going to do, right? Well, you're keeping yourself in the box instead of just bypassing that and going to the truth of who you are. Who you are is you are prosperity. Right? Go to that primary assumption and let it flow abundantly from all of these places. The only limits that we face are the limits that we place on ourselves. Right now, shoot, it's people that make millions of dollars off of feet pics, right? You can do whatever you want for money. Money is abundant. It's printed. It pops up on the screen. Sometimes when I'm trading and I'm just looking at money, I'm like, where the fuck is this money? It's just a number on the screen that's going up and down. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. So when you start unconditioning yourself, like unraveling yourself from that logical mind of how things should look, you open yourself up to so many more miracles.
And I also realized, even if I had a certain amount of money in my bank account that's way more, I wouldn't live any differently. I'm already living and spending money on exactly what I want. I'm already living in abundance now. I don't limit anything I want to buy. And the money always appears. It's always there.
Yeah. Speaking of farts in a jar, I got a funny ass Vegas story I'm gonna tell y'all one day. I know that sounds crazy, that prelude right there, but I'm gonna tell y'all that story probably at the end of today.
Farts in a jar. Let's go.
Yeah, it was a wild night in Vegas. All right, any other questions y'all got? What else y'all got, man? Put a pen.
Is it harder to manifest my SP back if they have stank breath or not stank breath?
I was gonna who the fuck asked that?
I have a feeling it's going to be a little harder if they have stank breath.
It's gonna be harder for you to see them as perfect. I mean, they perfect, but you know.
I see them as perfect. I just don't Smallness. I like the imagine zone. Like
Man.
this whole time I've been worried about me, and you ain't even been brushing me.
Right. You over here falling in love with somebody who don't even brush their teeth, and you can't put yourself at the center of your own reality? God damn. Man, I'm gonna tell the Vegas story. This story is interesting. So I went out to Vegas some years ago with mine. This is referring the farts in the jar comment. The source made that she was gonna start selling farts in the jar. So I went out to Vegas. This had to be like, this was a long time ago. I went with two of my homeboys, right? And we stayed. So we stayed at the Westgate. If you don't know the Westgate is a little bit off of the strip. Y'all about to see a different side of your boy. So we stayed on the Westgate. The Westgate is a little off the strip, but it's still close to the strip. So we're just going through, and this is bad. I'm still that guy. So we're just talking to basically every single woman that we meet. Like we're just talking, we're having conversation, and we were just there to party. So we got a suite, and basically the whole time we were there, we just had people going through the room. Like it was one of those times. So the last night we were gonna get. I ain't trying to say too much. So the last night we were trying to we were just trying to go out with a bang. Okay, we're trying to go out with a bang, and we got these. There was three of us. We got these three women that come over, and long story short, we had a great time with them. But we ended up finding one of them online because before we met, I knew I was tipsy, but I was like, she looks familiar. She looks very familiar. My homeboy was like, yeah, she does look familiar. So we get to talking to her and figure out who she was. It didn't stop anything at that time, but she was selling. This was before like OnlyFans was really popular, so she was selling videos. She was selling fart videos. Like she would be. Don't ask me why it was familiar to me. It wasn't that I was looking at fart videos, y'all. It wasn't that I was looking at fart videos. So it was weird, right? So she was in like this clear chair. Okay, like this clear chair, and the chair had like a hole in the ass part, right? And she's there, and it spreads her cheeks open, and she farts, and she gets paid for this. This is how she made money. So even at that time, I was like, damn, people really pay for shit like this? I remember calling her after and asking her about it, like, hey, look, this is like, is this profitable? But she makes money. Like, she drives a nice car. Of course, I'm sure that she does other things, right? Like if you spreading your ass and you farting on camera for like more power to you, right? Make your money, but you probably do more. So anyways, I'm gonna cut that story short right there. It's just.
They would call an entrepreneur.
Say what?
So is that what they would call an entrepreneur?
Yeah, that's the original. That's the original OnlyFans, right there. The original. So yeah, that's. I remember just being like, man, I don't think this was a Vegas thing, because she wasn't even from Vegas. She just happened to be there. But I was like, man, you really can make money any kind of way. And it really does let you know also how down bad people are. Hey, I'm not judging, right? Get your kinks on, but even the price point of having, never mind, y'all.
So you're not going to say why she looks familiar to you?
No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say. No, it was other stuff she was doing. It was other stuff she was doing that was familiar. But yeah, man, it was Vegas, so I can't remember her name or what she looked like these days. I definitely did not keep contact with her. We definitely don't talk that much anymore. So, you know, maybe.
She don't say much. She just farts.
Right.
Listen, you might be sleeping on her. She has high self-esteem when she walking around out in public.
Yeah,
with these videos online.
she has very high self-esteem for sure. For sure. Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right about that. But yeah, I always have a good time in Vegas. All right. Well, anyways, next topic, yo. Man.
Conversation took a turn there.
Yeah, no, I just completely derailed the conversation. We talking about manifesting. I'm talking about farting in a chair. Well, so she had an apparatus that spread her ass cheeks and she farted for money, right? Like, you know, like, okay, Alex, you just went from quoting scripture to talking about farting. Like, where are we gonna draw the line? We're not drawing the line. That's the point.
If everything is one thing, then it's relatable somehow.
Exactly. Scripture spread cheeks.
Alright. I'm not talking about arts.
What's up, Miss Leslie? How you doing?
What's up? Hey,
Mm-hmm.
so I have a success story if you guys want to hear.
I definitely do. I've been waiting for yours.
Okay. My son, 21, is going to be 22 in a week actually. He, for the rest of you who don't know, Alex Sardino knows this, but he's been suffering with depression since he was like 11. And just in the last month, I would say, every day I wake up and say, Ethan, my son, shows up perfect and healed and happy and healthy, confident, brave, happy in his body. And last year he wanted to, so I also have a 19-year-old daughter who's thriving, moved out of the house, moved in with her boyfriend. They live in San Diego. She's going to school. She's younger than him, but of course second born, more brave, you know, took the leap and just like made shit happen. That girl gets whatever she wants, always. But my son, you know, he's been wanting to leave the house, and he works at this really nice sushi place, and he's met his, you know, a lot of people there, but he's been there for 4 years, kind of phasing out of it. Every day I ask him how work was, and it's horrible, and he hates it, and all the things. He's pretty much a negative, pessimistic person in general. Not that I want to speak that into existence, but he's shifting because I'm shifting, you know. And he doesn't believe in any manifestation, he's tried it. He thinks he's tried it. He thinks he's, you know, he's so above it. And just the other morning, he's been wanting to go since 2 seasons ago. He's been wanting to go up with his one buddy and go live in Tahoe, go work at the ski resorts, and just have a season or a couple seasons there, you know, just, he doesn't have kids, he has a girlfriend, but she's cool with it. Anyways, he let 2 years pass him by just because he didn't, you know, go, you know, send out resumes and do his thing. And so, long story short, he was telling me, you know, he's really scared, but he doesn't want another season to pass him by because he'll feel like a loser. So I'm like, okay, well, you know, once you put one foot in front of the other, once you make one tiny small step, like putting your resume out to all these resorts, the universe will support you, no matter what. And you have to have that in your head. You have to have that in your mindset. It's like, yeah, whatever, Mom, I don't work that way. I work logically. I have to find a house, I have to find a car, because he has like a tiny little car, it's not going to get up in the snow. Anyways, long story short, two days ago, I was scripting, and I don't usually do that. I do it like once a month just to get my head straight, just to get my thoughts in a row. And I said, my son wakes up perfectly, wakes up healthy, wakes up in a happy mindset, and puts one foot in front of the other for this Tahoe trip, this Tahoe living. And him and his buddy Nick get picked up at the most successful resort, and they find, you know, healthy, safe, beautiful, affordable living, and he's thriving. So I write down a couple sentences about it.
Well, he wakes up 2 hours later and he comes into my room and he goes, Mom, 3 people emailed us back for like their first job up there. So like the gondola and then a line cook and then just this morning another person, he was on a call with he works for Burton and Oakley and North Face and Patagonia, and he got that job. Him and his buddy both got the job. And I literally showed Ethan my manifestation that I had written like, hours before these phone calls. And he's like, yeah, still not a Lamborghini out in front, but I'm starting to see, Mom. I'm starting to see,
All right.
So.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, hey, bub, the next steps are just finding a house, finding a car, and then a few hours later after that conversation, his dad called him and said, hey, I've been looking at, SUVs for Tahoe, and I found this one, and, it doesn't have very many miles on it. We can go check it out together, all the things. So, anyways, it's just, all you have to do is decide, right?
Absolutely. All you have to do is decide. That's a beautiful story.
Yeah. Absolutely
beautiful, Leslie. I'm glad you shared that. I do have some. I'm gonna push you though.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So there's still certain things that do seem a little conditional in there, though, right? So even when you talk about him and the statement that you made is about, he still doesn't believe in these things. Sure, maybe he will come around to it, maybe not. But what is the actual deeper truth that you want?
The actual deeper truth is that he shows up happy in my reality.
There we
period.
Go. There we go. Point blank.
And so it is.
And so it is.
And literally just to see the magic though unfold is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
My next manifestation is being able to throw my kids $1,000 here and there just to help out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to have an excess of money to help them because they work hard,
What happened in? Well, never mind. I'll ask you off here. I was gonna ask you what happened. There was something else that we were talking
about. My rent?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm an open book.
Okay.
I have been, single mama. I have had boyfriends and stuff, but their dad and I divorced when they were 2 and 3. So my kids have been mine solely. So it's just been 3 of us for years and years and years. I work my ass off. I do hair. But ever since COVID, I've been doing hair at home, and it's just getting slower and slower. But fuck that. I'm over it. I've been doing it for 20 years, and I just want to get paid to exist. Mm-hmm. And that's all there is. So, of course, money is going to be tight right here and there, or that is my story. That's always been my story.
There we go.
But I'm changing it, and...
It's already changed, right?
It's already changed, and literally that money came into me through a random check, and it was on the 2nd of the month, and my landlord was like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Do y'all hear this? I'm just making sure y'all hear this in the chat now. Do y'all hear this?
Yeah. Right. It was, and I feel like I have been supported. I pay so much money for my house, and I don't want to leave my house, even though I could definitely downsize, because I want for my kids to be able to come home and spend Christmas here and have their bedrooms, and spend Easter here and have their bedrooms, and spend Thanksgiving. Like I want them to feel like Mom's got it.
Yeah, and you do.
I do, and I always fucking have, and I always fucking will.
Absolutely, because you deserve it. You deserve it all. Absolutely, you decided it. You deserve it. It's already done. It's already yours. I fucking love this, Leslie.
Also, my daughter is totally like, since she was a crazy girl in high school, she's kind of gone Girls Gone Bible since she's been in San Diego, which is hysterical because it's just not her, So I've been challenging her on, different beliefs of the Bible and different. I sent her a couple of your videos and how you pull, you wrap it up in that little bow, and it's funny because forever and ever I have not loved the way the Bible portrays portrays women and how it's been rewritten so many times. And I'm trying to teach her how to decipher and how to take the morals from it and not so literal. And I'm trying to teach her that God is her. She is God. And God just wants her to play and have the human experience and be a good human. That's it. That's all she has to do. You know, she thinks that she's learning through Christianity that you have to earn your way to heaven or earn God's love. And I'm like, that's not it. That's not the move, honey. You already have it. You're already him. You're already, or her. You're already God. You're already particles of God. You are God. You have to. It's just so much.
But
to
Leslie,
teach her.
do you see where you're going right here? Do you see how you're getting trapped in that story right there? You're getting trapped in that situation of trying to change the narrative.
I know that, and I'm not trying to change her at all.
Are you?
Because this is just her unfolding, right? Because I will see.
Well, so is it her? Okay, is the true desire of yours for her to believe what you believe, or is the true desire of yours for her to have the life that she desires? Which one is it? Well, it could be both.
I don't care what she believes.
Okay. If you don't believe if you don't care what she believes, then what is the conversation that y'all are having about belief?
I don't care what she believes. I do care that she is a happy girl. That's it.
Perfect. All right. So we can go to that truth. Right? We don't have to. You can hear her out and you can listen to her without trying to tell her that she's source or anything, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. So yeah, we just go directly to that truth. We go directly to the truth.
Right. And also I have always also for her, what I wake up and say is Avery shows up as perfect and happy and confident and brave and healthy in her body, of course. So same with my son. You know what I mean? No matter what she believes, I just don't want her to fear God. That's where she's going, and I don't want her to.
I see. You can have both. I just wanted to know what your goal was, right? If you stay in the knowing of that, well, that's all. That's it. Right?
Well, and also, let's be clear. She could be a stripper doing coke. You know what I mean? It's not the worst thing in the world for her to be diving into the Bible. I have to, mind my P's and Q's and be like, yeah, girl, go expand.
Yeah.
Learn that stuff,
Yeah, you just reminded me of Vegas again, but okay, yeah.
Hopefully she's not up there selling her farts,
Right. I know I'm about to get a flag right here, but okay, that's cool.
We got it. Bad. That story was bad. Alex, you're better than that. Come on.
I mean, we don't judge right and wrong, good and bad around here. Fun is fun. Life is to be experienced.
I mean,
I thought it was a good story.
I thought it was a great story.
To each their own.
Amen to that. That's something we
Alright, I
can
gotta sign off because I'm super sick and I'm going to bed.
It's 10:34. God wanted us to be able to do.
Right.
That's true.
You do you, guys.
I appreciate you, Leslie. Everything is perfect, right? I love hearing those stories. I love how everything is working out for you. And it will continuously work out for you because it has no choice.
I'm magic and this is magic.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Alright, love you a lot. Love you guys.
Love you more.
Okay, bye.
Love you. I love a good success story. Son, hey, look, give me a success story.
I think parenting can be rough, especially when you're parenting kids that are trying to spread their wings and be adults. But I think for me, it's much easier just deciding in your mind who they are, opposed to going back and forth with them about their beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
And know, literally, even my son, it's like you give them an inch. And you're like, okay, all right, do exactly what you want to do. But you already know what the outcome is going to be. So you don't even have to go back and forth with them about anything. Literally,
100%.
like just like, okay, you think you know better? You think this is, and you said, okay, we don't have to have, you know, any contention here or disagreement or whatever, and then it still goes in your favor. Either way you look at it, you're the supportive parent
Yep.
that lets them be independent, but you also have already made a decision in your mind who they're going to be and what the outcome is going to be. I mean, I remember going back and forth with my son's father about the college choice, and I was like, it's not going to pan out. Why are you fighting him on this? Just let him believe that he's making this decision and watch how it flows. It flowed exactly the way I decided it was going to. That my son came to me like, you know what? Maybe that's not really a good school choice. I'm like, oh, you think so? It's like,
Great choice. I'm supportive of you, son.
exactly. Like, and that's with everyone. Like,
Yeah.
I made the decision that my mom is going to move to another state, and when she told me she got a job here, I was like, oh, that's what's up. You know, my mom is older and she has memory issues, so I was like, we'll see how this pans out. But I didn't fight her on it. I wasn't like, why would you get a job? You can't even remember what tomorrow is. You know, I didn't say anything. I just said, okay.
Yeah.
And then she went and did the job, the class, like one day. She taught one day and it didn't work out. I was like, oh, that sucks. But I already made the decision. And then she's like, I think I'm going to move out of state. I was like, oh, I think that's a great idea.
Exactly.
It's like, don't fight anyone on anything.
Yeah, it's
I
no
do it with
point.
my business partner. I do it with my kids. I do it with everybody. Like, okay, we'll see. And, you know, in my mind, I'm like, you think you'll see how this works out for you. We'll both see. But I've already made the decision.
Exactly. Exactly.
It makes you so much more peaceful, but it also helps you to accept that this is where they're at. And it's okay. There's nothing wrong with where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
But you have the final say.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And then, yeah, and it's the same with everybody.
Yeah. Shout out Tom K. Resist nothing. Resist absolutely nothing.
Because the reality is you, so why would you resist it?
Yeah, if you're resisting it, you're implying that it's not exactly how it should be. Therefore, things aren't unfolding the way that you would like them to.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing to resist. It's all you anyway.
I think I was listening to a video the other day about Carl Jung. I never really got into him, but it really put me on to like accepting that it's possible to be one thing and another at the same time. Like, you don't have to be super uber confident without feeling any type of anxiety for it to be true. You know, like you can exist in multiple areas at once without like trying to fight thoughts or something like that. You know, it's like, oh, I can still have this thought or this emotion and still be this person, or I can still be confident in this regard just because I have this thought or this feeling or whatever. Like, it doesn't, I can still be weak and strong. I can still be, you know, courageous and scared. I can still be all these things at once, but really at the end of the day, I just decide who I am no matter what. So I don't have to worry about those being indication of whether I am not the person that I chose to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really surprised Lucas is not talking about his little internet beef earlier on another live that I was listening to.
Lucas got internet beef?
What? Hello?
Lucas, do you remember when you were on, whose was it, Brian's and Joseph's live?
No, that was not a... No, that's not... Oh,
Lucas out here beefing.
He was like, I'm done having this conversation with you, Lucas. But I understand where you were coming from, because I think that his premise, because I even commented, I think when he keeps talking about getting back into the mood or changing when you have a negative feeling, getting back into the mood of your desire, I understood what you were saying, Lucas, but I think that that's still trying to, I think that if you just acknowledge the feeling, you will get out of it without force. And I think Joseph's mindset is like, I have to force myself to get back into alignment, opposed to letting it pass on its own and let it serve its purpose. Because we're like fighting these emotions.
Well, he also talks about how, like, you really only just want to be happy and comfortable at peace with yourself no matter what. Like that's what the flow state is for him. Is like, oh, I'm already okay as I am right now. So what am I concerned for? What am I looking for that I don't have? Because if you had the things that you wanted, wouldn't you feel like that? I mean, isn't that your idea of what you want the thing so badly?
Yeah, but even when you have the thing, you're still gonna have emotions.
Right. I'm not saying you won't. But
Right, that's what I'm saying. He's like, you're always gonna be in this peace. Like, no, I don't. I think that being yourself is allowing the emotion. So
Y'all know what y'all
there's
doing.
nothing.
Y'all gotta back up. Y'all gotta back up a little bit. I want to hear what y'all talking about.
I want to say something to this because I'm involved, right? So, is that in chat just love to this brother, right? I guess we talk about the same thing with different wordings, right? And also, from my point of view, it's my reality, so it was something reflecting back to me, So I see from this point of view. I was like, hey, baby, I noticed the last couple of days even more that sometimes I have maybe the story that I get misunderstood easily. So this was kind of reflecting this back with Joseph, right? But yeah, that's a great thing, man, for me, to acknowledge it. Now I know that I can work it immediately. And yeah, I was talking about, because some people talk about moods, catching moods and feelings. But I said, why wait for a feeling and accept it instead right now, Why do you want to wait for catching mood, feeling to be this person, accept it now? Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, right? I didn't say, don't feel good or something like this, or it's bad or it's wrong, right? It's just a neutral statement. Like, just asking, let's discuss it, right? It's a just topic. Only with discussion we can grow, right? Only with discussion we can grow. Only with discussion we can can grow in consciousness, can grow in consciousness, right? Because only if we have different opinions, we can think about and realize things, right? So it was the biggest message for everyone. Even the chat says, oh, it's so great, I managed this discussion, It was a great thing for everyone. Maybe not for Joseph in this moment, but it was a huge blessing for everyone, So yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You're coming from the vantage point of just deciding, and you can still feel whatever. But he was focusing more on just getting back into the mood of, I don't know.
I get what he's saying, because if you really accept it, you get that's the side effect of it. You will feel better at the time, right? Of course. But your ego is also there, and sometimes it feels something because of the past, but we know now we don't have to accept it, right? There's no past. So then you're not dependent on your moods anymore.
Right.
There is a high risk that you automatically perceive. That's my only problem. Not the good thing, not the good side. It's great. The bad side is my problem, right? That you already perceive. It's a high risk there that you already perceive. Oh, I'm not good anymore. Means I'm not this person anymore.
Right. Exactly.
Point, right?
Exactly. Because I feel like when you're trying to pull yourself out of that emotion, you're giving power to that mood. Like it's higher than your knowing. No, you can still be a knowing and be sad. And let the emotions run through you. That doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong.
I'll add to that because when you think about it, when you created and manifested all the bullshit in your life, you didn't sit there and think, okay, let me get myself into a feeling of lack, let me get myself into a feeling of despair so I can try to, you just thought and believed that, oh my God, I'm gonna go broke, or oh my God, I'm gonna lose my SP, and you did, right? I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there for the conversation, but I think, because I started from law of attraction and it was all about high frequencies and not feeling your feelings and, and now people are saying to feel your feelings because it doesn't mean anything, and I agree with that. Like I said, I had my own experience where I felt angry, I felt anxious, but I was like, well, that doesn't fucking matter, that's just the emotion. I'm not my emotions, and I'm not my thoughts, I'm the observer of the two, right? So I can be upset and break things, but that doesn't mean that suddenly my reality is going to shift and show that to me.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you're trying to push those off, you're appealing to the ego. You're trying to, or whatever, it's ego, previous versions of yourself. You're trying to make them feel better or make the ego feel better instead of just saying, I'm feeling sad right now, but I still know I'm gonna get my desire. It's still done. But I'm feeling this emotion. Two truths can be present.
Yeah, I saw a video of Bashar yesterday, and I love what he said. He was like, it's not this or that, it's also this and that. We limit ourselves sometimes. Yeah, love to everyone, man. I love this discussion. It's important for everyone, right? Yeah, why not? And it's also just a reflection. But yeah, just also, I want to make a point, you know? This is the point that triggers me really a little bit. You know, from my point of view, the basics are, you know, I am and I am, it's the only law, right? Everything is meaningless. Everything. I am is just neutral. It's like neutral, everything's meaningless. It just is, right? So I don't like, I like to be disciplined with every question statement, right? Everything is meaningless. You can't say it, but no, with this, it's a real thing, right? Of course, for you it's a real thing. They're just your way, not better right ways, but they're just your ways. Your truth. I am that I am, right? So it's your experience, your stories, your roots. Even I love Tom Carroll too. He talks about, right? We create the experience of low frequency, high frequency. We create these rules, but I am is between these. It's a neutral point. That's just knowing acceptance, right? It's not affected by high and low moods or frequencies or whatever, or also detachment and attachment. It doesn't affect. I am a God isn't affected by this, right? In general, with your desire. Of course, there's only one really law. It's like if you attach to I am not, because then you said I am that I am not, right? That's the only thing. But in general, it's just ideas, just concepts that we accept as our truth, right? So that's the only point. That's a little bit triggering for me sometimes that we talk about everything's meaningless, but in this, no, it's really universal law, right? So I love to point it out to people, right? Sometimes. So hey, we say everything's meaningless, then everything's meaningless, you know? We just experience this story. So think about it, you know? Why not?
Preach. I can't get in this conversation. I'm still not caught up to what y'all talking
You know,
about.
sorry, I was in a live a few hours ago. I don't know, I don't drop names or anything. And I watched a little bit, and they talked about 1 hour about another coach that's scamming people, and there were people right there, and they, you know, gossiping. I was like, okay, I guess it's a cool experience. It can be a cool experience to gossip about people, right? But then I asked, you know, don't you think that also other coaches are your reflections, you know? So you're fighting for a story now, right? So I was like, you know, hey, that's what you're doing here, you know?
Lucas coaching the coach.
You want to prevent people. You don't want to pretend people that they're not getting scammed, but because you're fighting for a story now, guess what? Even if you protect these people in this life, you will find more people, random people, they get scammed because you still fight for the story, you know?
Yeah.
I know,
Okay.
really. Because we still have a human experience. We have this blind spot sometimes can happen quick, right? So there's nothing outside of you, but with coaches, it's outside of me. That Neville is my God. You are my God. This is my God. Also the scriptures, it's great things that can lead you to great truths, wisdom, right?
Yeah.
But still something outside of you. With everything. But you know, sometimes you have this little blind spot with coaches. It can happen so quick, right? Or with clients also, you know, if you're a coach, you can have a story or it's hard for them to understand. Guess what? Then now you have to hold the story onto them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
I'm like in a shitty mood to get everything that I want, except for me. Who told me I had to feel a certain fucking way, except for myself? Like, you must catch the feeling. It's like, why the fuck do I have to do that?
Exactly. We're the only ones putting those intermediaries in between us and what we want. We create the illusion of the subconscious and the illusion of this and the illusion of feeling good and the illusion of vibe. We're the only ones telling that story. We could just as easily say it's already mine.
And I'll add my own 2 cents to that because, again, coming from law of attraction, you had to be grateful even for the bullshit in your life, and even for like the not so favorable things. And I used to like gratitude is a feeling that like I think a lot of emotions are just emotions you cannot fake unless you can like live it within in your imagination, right? But gratitude is, I think, for me, in my assumption, is one of the harder ones. So I can't look at something that is absolute shit and be like, okay, I'm so grateful for this, right? And when people are telling you like you have to be grateful, you have to be grateful, even when shit is looking like shit, that's putting a limit onto you, telling you that you're not gonna get what you want if you're not grateful. Well, what if I say I don't care what it looks like and I don't have to be grateful? I'm still gonna get what I want. You know what I mean? That's why I think like people emphasize more now that if forget the law of assumption or law of attraction, it's the law of you. Because whatever you say goes, no matter what. Like even if you think, because I know people put the limit of don't check 3D or or delay your manifestation. Well, what if I say even if I check 3D, that actually means it's working faster for me? Boom, there you go. You know what I mean? Like just spin everything in your favor because it's literally just you.
Yeah, it's all you. It's
I
all
love it.
you.
I want to say one last thing. Sorry, I'm in my mood right now. So I love what you said, also, right? The feelings, thoughts, everything. But no, you always see the opposite, right? There are people that successful with detachment, with obsessing over it, with robotic information. They have great success. Then there are people that have success with detachment. Then there are people that have depression, anxiety, spiral the whole day and think of what they want. And then the opposite. They're always the opposite, right? So you see what's happening here? There's not just one universal truth, law of detachment, law of this, blah 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 blah. It's just a story, right? They're always the opposite that is happening, right? So I don't one bar, it's always impossible until one makes it impossible. So be the first one.
Yeah. Agreed. I feel like I'm not being a good host today. I'm allowing too much silence.
Well, Alex, that's the story that you're telling yourself.
There we go. There we go. Oh, we got another request.
Oh my bad. I wanted to respond to Source because she was saying someone was telling her she had to feel grateful anyway. Also, let's just put it into perspective. If you're being grateful for breadcrumbs, as they say, if you're being grateful for shit, isn't that like beggar energy? Isn't that you saying that you don't have the power, something outside of you has the power, and you have to be grateful for whatever it is that they're giving you? But if you're source, you don't accept breadcrumbs. You accept exactly what the fuck you want. So why do you need to be grateful for something that's not what you want? So if anyone's telling you to be grateful, tell them to fuck off.
You're absolutely right. Sometimes we'll use gratefulness as some kind of tool. We've heard that gratitude is the highest and all these things, but it turns into simply a prayer of lack. Like, let me just pretend to be grateful so I can get something out there. It's just the affirmation that you don't have shit, right? Instead, simply decide that you have it. If you have a reason to feel grateful, feel grateful. If you have a reason to not feel grateful, then you don't have to. It's fine. You can go through your human experience, right? But yeah, gratitude often turns into this vast display of lack.
If I use it, I just might get it. This is what it is. If I'm just grateful enough today,
Right.
God's gonna give me what I want.
Right. I've been grateful. You know what I'm saying? Where's it going to show up? It's not. Right? Sit your ass down.
I think like it's like maybe one thing. I remember there's a quote from Neville. It's like you need to stop worshiping the creation and worship the Creator. It's like be thankful for what we are. You can be grateful in regards to that, but I agree. You don't have to be grateful because it's like if your fucking car just broke down or something. It's like yes, in order to get more, I gotta look at this.
Right.
It's a great fucking thing. Like no, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think the gratitude can be a byproduct, like you said. It just comes when you look at the bigger perspective. But in the moment of the car breaking down, you're like, no, I'm not grateful for this. This is terrible.
I think there's gratitude, the one where you're feeling genuinely when you feel great and it's in alignment with your desires or creations, and then there's the gratitude that's the beggar, right? Where you're like, oh, I have to be grateful, otherwise I'm gonna lose it, or I have to be grateful, otherwise I'm not gonna get it, or you know what I mean. And that's coming from a place of I don't have. And again, you're putting the power outside of you. But if you're genuinely grateful because you just feel happy and you're living your life and you're enjoying it, that's fine. That you're in alignment. That's you like saying, yeah, I know where I'm at. I know my power, and I know that like this is for me. But if you're doing it from a place of, well, fuck, I have to, like the car example she was using, I have to be grateful. No, the fuck, I don't. I'm the creator. Why do I want a broken car? I don't want a broken car. I want a good car that works. Give me my Lambo or whatever it is that you want.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. That's like when Snoop had I think it was his star on the Walk of Fame. He was like, I want to thank me. And he kept thanking himself. He didn't thank anybody outside of himself. It's like, yeah, I'm thankful for me. I did this.
Exactly.
I agree, I love it, but I want to make one part. There's one big key from my perspective with gratitude. Really, one big key. It's not the feeling, it's the change of perspective what you already have. Because it can be a huge game changer to, instead to be focused on what you don't have, what you already have, right? So it's easier for you than to walk through life and accept that you're already everything you desire to be, right? Because you change your perspective. That's the key by gratitude, I think. Not the feeling, right? But the change, you're forced to. It can be a great thing to be forced to change perspectives in general, right? What you already have instead of, oh no, my feel's not here, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm loved by my cat, by my mom's, and then it's maybe easier for you, why not, right? So this change of perspective can be a key.
Yeah, it's like a state of being. Gratitude is just who you are. It's not something that comes over you when you're present.
That's the magic point right there. That's the magic right there. Oh, Sandra, you gonna say something? I want to cut you off.
I was just gonna add to what Lucas was saying about the perspective. I think though when you shift your identity, that perspective is gonna change anyway. You're no longer gonna look at it from a state of I have to be grateful. You're just gonna look at it from a state of I am, because I know that like this is coming from me. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that state of being, right? It's when you tap into who you really are and you realize that you have the opportunity to choose whatever you are going to experience. You get to choose whatever perspective you want to have in whatever situation. Well, that naturally brings on this you can call it I wouldn't even call it a feeling. It just puts you in this state of being of gratitude because you see yourself as source, right? So we have talked about kind of that natural state of gratitude on here, but we've talked about it from a being present perspective. Okay, if I am present, knowing that I have the ability to choose, well, I'm still going to go through whatever emotions the day-to-day life brings to me. But if I know that I have the opportunity to choose, I can come down off of that feeling in whatever way or however long it takes, and I can still remember who I am. And I can, I guess, be grateful for that. I can have a feeling of gratitude for that if you want to go to the feeling. But when it comes to trying to conjure up these feelings to get things, that is where it becomes this slippery slope, right? Where you're bargaining with God as if God is this vending machine. If I give enough gratitude or enough love or enough authenticity, right? People hear authenticity and they think they got to try harder to be themselves, right? So we tend to take all these things as like bargaining chips. Maybe if I do all of these things, then reality will finally give me what I want. And so why I kind of always shift the conversation from emotions and feelings and moods or whatever you want to call them to the end, which is just the knowing, is to avoid the messiness of all of this. Like it's like once you start getting into all of this, like, okay, I have it, but I have to feel gratitude for whatever as this bargaining so the Santa Claus God in the sky can give me what I want. Well now we get into some issues. So just go to the end. If you want to have gratitude, you can have gratitude for being able to make the choice to choose whatever you want out of reality. But anything else, it becomes a little dicey in there, right? If you feel good, appreciate it. If you don't feel good, that's fine. You're still exactly who you desire to be. Exactly. You can't mess it up. Unless you say you can. Damn it. You can't mess it up unless you say you can, y'all.
I think the coolest thing for me about this journey, at least at this point, is recognizing that everything that I experience outside of me has my back. Truly, like even when I can see like I was kind of slipping back into maybe a compromising decision where I wasn't putting myself first, reality will configure and push me back into alignment. Well, not into alignment, not a good term, but push me back into getting exactly what I want without compromising. I'm like, oh, I didn't even have to do anything. Like, it really is me. Mm-hmm. It takes up the slack when I may be like, well, maybe I can, like, bargain a little bit, or maybe I can, like, change my plans a little bit. It's like, no. No. You said you're the main character. You said you're the embodiment. That's what we're going to do.
Right.
So I'm like, thank you. And then I feel glad to be like, oh, it worked out in my favor. And I didn't have to, like, change anything or do anything. Even though I was willing to. Knowing that it's all me.
I love it. It's really, perception is key. Perception is key because in this country it happens so fast that you perceive the outside as something against you, right? You have to fight, you have to persist, it's a separate entity, it's always against you, right? And then that's what you make yourself to have a harder time, right? And make it bigger than it is. Why perceive something against you? If you can perceive something happens for you, right? Because it's always perception.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same like we were talking about before. It's like, don't fight the mirror because the mirror is helping you. Like, small situation, I have a med spa, and one of my clients was saying that she didn't know if she was going to re-up on her weight loss plan because she saw all these things online about cheaper plans. And I was like, yeah, they are cheaper. I was like, okay. And then she's like, nah, I'm going to stick with you. I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I was like, not going to fight her on it. Like, if you want to go somewhere else, you can. And then she came right back like, nope, I'll go with you. And I was like, thank you. In my mind, I was like, I didn't have to do anything. I actually didn't get offended by it. I didn't get upset by it. I was just like, okay. And she came right back into, my mirror came right back into alignment.
Question for y'all in the chat. What are y'all confused about? You're saying you're confused. What are y'all confused about? Oh, so you don't have to feel like you already have it first. What are you confused about on that? About not feeling the feeling. Okay. About not feeling the feeling. Y'all they're confused on not feeling the feeling. That's all we've talked about. In all my discussions for months.
What's the feeling? What discernible, definable feeling is that it's going to be like, all right, this is it.
Right.
We finally made it. It's like getting to the top of the roller coaster. It's like, yep, we're here. I think that's why everybody's so confused, because everybody's looking for that moment where it's just like, this feeling is rest assured, now I know who I am. And I don't think that exists.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's like, do you feel anything about your name? Your date of birth? It's just who you are. You don't have to feel anything. You just decide. And you keep deciding. It's not about how you feel. I think because we're so focused on how, the feeling of it.
Yeah, that's the trap, right? It's I thought I was confused. Okay, source. Right, so that's the thing, right? Is we're constantly looking for something that is going to give us this magical feel. Okay, so there's two different routes we can take. We could take number one, the feeling of looking for something that is going to just make us know assuredly that it's done. Well, nothing can give us that feeling except for us. The next part is we're looking for the information that can give us the feeling that, oh, this is it. It clicked, right? This is everything. When that is a decision in itself as well. Like, now, you could sit around and you could have that overwhelming calm come over you that, oh, it's done and I know it's done. Or you could sit there and you could be in anxiety. and fear the entire time and still stay faithful to the story that it's done. Either way, it's done. Why? Because you say so. So the feeling, right? It's there, but don't worship it. Do not worship this feeling like I have to feel a certain way for everything to work out. No, you simply have to tell the story. You just have to know that it's going to work out for it to work out. You just have to know that it's going to work out for it to work out. Right? So don't put these things on a pedestal. There's nothing in between who you are right now and who you desire to be. But when you put a feeling in between it, oh, I have to feel this way. When you put this, oh, I have to feel this way about the knowledge that I'm receiving to get it. Oh, I have to feel like I'm rewired or reprogrammed. We put all of these intermediaries in between us and source when there is no intermediary. Source is you. You are source. Y'all are one and the same. What you desire is you. You're not manifesting anything out there. You are simply remembering who you always have been. Right? These things don't, like, the feelings are not manifesting. Your ego is not manifesting. It's I am that's manifesting. And I am is above your feelings. Awareness, God, source just is. Source is not interested in you. If it doesn't care about your love, your gratitude, your hate, your bitterness, your resentment, it just is. It would exist with your love, without your love. It would give you what you wanted with your love or without your love. The only thing that this spirit does is reflect who you are being back to you. That's it. Unconditionally. This is unconditional love. Absolutely unconditional love. It's above a feeling. Right? As are you. You simply need to know who you are.
I want to say something to Felix. Imagine a 3D relationship. You have your SP, right? You will sometimes feel sad, right? Out of nowhere, maybe, you know? You will feel sad. So, do they immediately disappear? Your SP, are you immediately not the person anymore? No, you're still the person if you feel sad, right? And from my experience, even the opposite is happening. Through sad times, you're there for each other, so you are even closer after this than before, right? So, really, that shows you, it doesn't mean anything, It's really, to put it this way, accept first that you already everything that you desire to be. And then, of course, I love to feel good. Why not? You have still a human experience, man. Don't suffer 24/7, man. That's not the point. But accept it first and then use techniques to feel good. Why not? But accept it first. Because imagine if you use it as a permission slip, right? I have to feel first to accept it. You will have a harder time to feel it because you put so much pressure on yourself, right? I have to feel it first to accept it. Because there's so much resistance there, right?
Yeah.
So accept it first and then feel good. Yeah. Visualize, affirm, whatever, man. And then you will have an easier time to feel these things with as the person, right? As the person.
I mean, really too, like, wouldn't that feeling be like you were living the life?
You're covering your mic, Austin.
Fuck. Like, really, wouldn't that be like the feeling of your wish fulfilled or whatever the hell it might be? Like, that's always going to look like you taking the best care of yourself and living life the way that you want to. Because if you're happy with that, that's how you want to feel in whatever type of situation or relationship you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what you'd be doing. You wouldn't be like, shit, am I feeling right? Or am I thinking right today? And like Lucas said, like, people don't just disappear overnight because you had a couple bad thoughts. Or you view something unfavorably and they're just like, you know what? Like,
right.
I remember that thought you had yesterday, and I know we haven't talked about it yet, but I'm leaving right now. I mean, obviously you didn't see the signs like on the wall or the writing on the wall, right?
Facts.
I want to say again, manifestation is easy as fuck, really. Go back before you knew about manifestation. How do you manifest all the good things and all the bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I can just talk about myself. Especially as people, because that's the quote-unquote difficult topic, right, for most people. Because it's so emotional. Because of feelings, right? There were no evidence outside of me. She was perfect. Everything I desired to be without doing techniques, without affirming for it, right? This person informed me about the shit. There was no, only the best evidence you can have, right? But I still enjoyed it in bullshit, right? Even with good evidence, So I ignored the outside, so to speak, I lived from within, even with good evidence, And then I go about my day. And I was it, and guess what? It happened quick, right? Because I didn't care about the outside. But now, we do the opposite. Now we care about the outside, right? Now, was it the right technique? Or whatever, or nothing is happening. But man, again, before you knew about it, you didn't care about doing it right or whatever, You had the best evidence, and then guess what? You still choose unconsciously, without judgment, right, to see the difference, and this is why it was so easy, man. So do the same, do the fucking same, and you're good.
Mm-hmm. That's typically how that journey is, right? And it goes back to, I think, what Sims was saying earlier, that even the scripture that says, to him who has more will be given, to him who has not, even what you have, even what they have will be taken away. And the only time or the only place that you can have anything is that present moment, right? So you walk into this relationship and you're so present with this person up front. You love them, and you see them as perfect and ideal, and everything is good. You see them and you say, you want to be with me forever. You see them and you say, I want to be with you forever too. But then we get pulled into the past and the future, thinking about things that used to happen, thinking about something that they used to do or did in the past. Start fantasizing about the things that they could be doing in the future against us, right? And we pull ourselves out of that present moment. So when we're with them, we're not even present anymore. We're just telling these stories of the things that we don't want. And then we lose them when we try to manifest them. And when we're trying, quote unquote, trying to manifest them, we're stuck thinking about a past, saying, I wish I could change that. And then thinking of a future and thinking this moment here is not good enough. Maybe one day in the future when I have them, I'll actually feel good. Well, you can only have what you have in the present moment. So all of this is just this full circle moment, right? You have them right now. Now, if you had them, you wouldn't be trying to get them 24/7, trying to manifest them 24/7. You would be enjoying your life.
And I think, like you said, you'll still get them even if you're not focused on them, if you're just literally focused on yourself. Because I've manifested or whatever, before I even knew it was a thing, the same person 3 times over 12 years, married and all. And it didn't matter how perfect he was because I wasn't completely in love with myself. He could have, he did. He thought I, walked on water. Didn't matter because I didn't believe that. So it really is more about your perception of yourself and your worthiness and your beingness and you being the love of your life. And then that person has to reflect it. So you don't even have to focus on them at all. Be your own love of your life. Take yourself out. It's not even about the superficial things, but be that person for yourself, and then they have to reflect it. You don't have to worry about your perception of them. You don't have to worry about, just love yourself fully. And they will have to reflect it.
Guys, remember who you are right now. That is the revision process, right? Who you are right now changes the past, the future, everything. There's only right now. Even when you think about the past, you're doing it in the present moment. You can only live in the present moment. So we can either get caught up in trying to change this old story, or we can simply decide who we are right now, what that person is right now, what the money's like right now, what the prosperity, we can simply decide who we are right now and overwrite there is no past. It doesn't exist. It's just a thought. You've never lived in the past. You've only lived right now.
Yeah, that's really important, man. To learn to be present. Imagine all this information would be magic spell and you have them immediately, man. You will lose them immediately again, right? Because you're not able to enjoy this moment with them, right? Because that's why you want them to enjoy this moment, but you can't do it right now, right? This is why we manifest it back or whatever, right? Because we didn't do that, right? And it's so important, man, to want, remember, and then if they come back, then you really can enjoy it, right? You don't want to be a person, hey, here's my story, I manifested 10 times back now, right? It's exhausting, So you want to be able to enjoy this fucking moment with them and not constantly fear what if XYZ happens and the past and my other ex, she was like this, man. She looked the same way, it's why she will do the same thing. Oh my gosh, right? Projecting. So no, it's exhausting, right?
It's very
And
exhausting.
one thing, I have to do it because I want that boss has another success story. I will say one German word. Wiener Schnitzel. So, I'm done.
Clutch. Wiener Schnitzel.
Yeah.
Man, I don't like.
Is that an inside joke, Ray? What's going on right now?
No, bro. You're not in the loop.
I'm not. Damn.
They make good hot dogs. In Germany.
And good German beer, no, right now here's the
I don't. He's like, false. What does that mean?
I don't know what y'all are talking about. All right.
Wiener Schnitzels and. Alright, I'm not even gonna bring up that conversation. We'll do it again like tomorrow or something. The jars, man. What can you put in jars? What else can you put in jars?
Pickles?
All my hopes and dreams, all my manifestations in a jar. Like open it up, like damn, why ain't it here yet? I swear I put it in the jar yesterday.
and really
Honestly, like I think it's kind of insane because I'm at a point now where it's like I know what the shit is, I know how it works. So like just to see the striking change in like the idea of needing to do something or think or act a certain way, it's so fucking crazy how many people are in this loop right now in this day and age where they're like thinking like this. 'Cause, I mean, obviously we've all done it, but just wake up and like know about this shit, but not. Fuck, I need to sit.
You breaking up so bad.
Ah, shit.
I could barely hear you. You said something about people being in a loop and then waking up every morning and then it sounded like you were over there beatboxing. I said, God damn, boss, I didn't know you had game like that, brother. Shit.
Projects, I'll sell them. I manifested that money. No, I'm just saying, like, it's so crazy how many people are so caught up right now, specifically. Like, this content is really big. Like, there's a lot of people that take manifestation very fucking seriously.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not breaking up right now, am I?
No, you good now.
Alright, cool. But yeah, it's so crazy, like, how many people are waking up every day and being like, damn, I need to do this, or I need to think like this, or I need to feel this way, and there's so many restrictions that they have in their brain, and it's all for, like, obviously we all want things, but I kind of feel for a lot of people right now, because I've been in that cycle, and I like the discussion, the discourse about these things, because, I mean, it is the truth, but there's so many people out here that are getting their fucking brain ran through hell just to try to get something, right? Like,
Yeah.
Do you think that is just a perception of where you used to be? Maybe not where you're at now? Because I think on the journey, as I've evolved, my focus and attention has been on where I'm at. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it started with the law of attraction, then it kind of veered into the healing, then it veered like it, and now all I see really on my For You page or whatever are I am awareness. It's like that's the only thing I see. That's the only thing I focus on. I don't even look at the other stuff. I swipe, and it doesn't really come into my field. I'm even seeing teachers that I used to see that are switching over and like everything that I taught was wrong. Now I believe it's just knowing. It's just I'm awareness. So that's more of a projection of me and my growth than it is anybody out there.
Yeah, can I add to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally believe, like, for most people, the manifestation is just a gateway drug into spirituality. And the real truth why people want to manifest stuff and, like, they get so caught up in, like, law of assumption, law of attraction, and all that is because they are not whole within themselves. So manifestation is just the gateway. Like, it's like, this is so cool. I can get whatever I want. And then I'll be whole, and then I'll be perfect, and everything will be great if I get this person and I get this car or whatever. And it's a good gateway because it really does bring you back to self. It makes you just realize that you think that there's something outside of you that is going to make you happy, but it's not. So however you get there, it doesn't really matter. Like whether you're trying to like manifest your dream life or a person or a thing, as long as you get to that point and know that it's you and that you are God, like I feel like it doesn't really matter where the starting point of it is, you know what I mean?
And I still think we have this perception that people are outside of us. There's no one outside of you. I am in your awareness, just like you're in mine. So, like, I'm not separate from you. So if I have this perception that a lot of people are out here hurting, that's what my reality is going to show me. Because I already have this thought, oh, there's a lot of people out here who are jumping. I mean, because there's a whole sect of people in my awareness that have no idea about this stuff. I just don't focus on it. I just don't lend my attention to that. Because it's really just all me. Just like it's really just all you. It's really not those people outside of you.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just saying, like, I was just basically saying that I think people get into this space through manifestation, like spirituality in general is the law of attraction, the law of assumption, and manifestation to then only find that they are everything and source is within them, God is within them. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I was actually still talking about Austin's comment. Sorry. I agree with you.
Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, I guess I could say that, but also, I mean, like Corin said, like it's indicative of people going the right direction regardless because they're getting the information.
Right. So they're just a projection of either you right now or where you've at some point in your journey where you've been.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I said.
Yeah.
At this point, like I don't really look at it like that anymore. I kind of wake up and I'm just like, all right, I know about this shit. Like I don't need to put conscious effort towards it because it's something I've already been doing my whole life. I really just need to focus on being the best person I can, or what I think that is anyway, and that's it.
Yeah. At some point for me, it felt, once I realized like everyone is just me, like everyone is a part of my consciousness, it felt initially a bit selfish. Like anytime I would speak to somebody about making a decision, I was like, I'm really just speaking to myself. So it's really just for me that I'm saying all this to you. Like in my mind, I would think that like they're just me. This is really just to benefit me. This is like opportune time that I'm giving you this message, whether it's the message specifically about manifestation or whatever, or it's just a word of advice. It really actually is for me. It really isn't for this projection of me. Because they're not really real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love it. I want to say something. So, you know all the book of Power of Now, right? From Eckhart Tolle, right? Power of Now. And you know what? I will write a book of the power of questions, right? Because questions can be so powerful, right? Because sometimes we used to repeat everything from another people, right? That's not the point, right? But question can be so powerful, right? In every situation, you can ask yourself, what does it mean that nothing is outside of me? And then you have to think about it and answer to yourself, right? And it's so easier than to accept it, right?
Yeah.
Or do I have to accept this or this feeling or this thought, right? You can ask so many questions. Where and why should I strive for something that I already am, right? Questions can be so powerful. It's what I want to, soft point I want to make in general. Instead of repeating statements from other creators or whatever, friends or whatever.
You're absolutely right. And that goes back to just making it about you too. That was an interesting question though, if anybody wants to answer that one in the chat.
I didn't really hear it. What was it?
How is recognizing that I am awareness and I am all that is going to reveal my desire in the 3D?
I can answer if no one else is going to.
Go ahead. I try to give y'all the first chance first.
Recognizing. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I said I try to give y'all the chance first.
Oh, well, thank you for that. From my understanding, how I see this is when you recognize that your awareness and you're not your thoughts and the human that you're experiencing life through, you shift your perspective into the observer. And when you become the observer, you realize that through observation, everything that you've thought or believed is what manifests out into the external world. Your thought processes, or whatever you want to call it, is just a what do you call it? What's what I'm looking for?
Survival.
It's like the kid, you're feeding it into the universe or the world or whatever you want to call it, and it's giving you the feedback of what it is that you want, and that is what your dominant thoughts are, what your awareness is. So if you can understand that I am the observer, and you start observing your thoughts, and you see that, okay, well, here's a pattern that I've created where I think negatively, where I think from a place of lack and anxiety and fear, and this has been the outcome, right? X plus Y equals Z. So X being your thoughts, and then the Y being your... Sorry, hold on, I fucked that one up. Forget that equation. But basically what I'm saying is, when you can recognize that, like, your dominant state, your dominant thoughts is what creating your reality, you can change that. And so you just start shifting, and you're saying, okay, instead of thinking from a place of lack, from a place of fear, from a place of anxiety, I'm going to think from a place of, fulfillment and whatever it is that you want to feel or experience in life. You start seeing it projected back to you from the external world.
Yeah, I agree, because the external world is you. So once you make the decision, everything that happens, that you experience, is actually pushing you forward. So you recognize that, like, even if this contraction or contrast or this, this opposite thing happened, is actually there to help me. It's really not there to hinder me, because it's all me. You can, like, trust and see it, like she said, as the observer of the situation, and not from the lens of your feelings. To step like a bird's eye view, like, why do you think this thing is happening? What is it trying to teach me? What is it trying to get me to let go of? I don't have to fight it, because it is all me. And you know that if you make the decision, it is all you. It's going to reveal your desires. It's going to get you to the goal without you even consciously focusing on the goal.
And also, when you recognize your I am, your awareness, your mind is just a trailer for your life's movie. So whatever you're like, again, you're seeing it within your mind first, and then you're experiencing it in the external world in physical form. And so, again, if you can, reverse engineer your thought process for all the shit situations you've experienced in life, and you think, okay, well, this is what I was thinking, and this is what happened, and then you just flip it, you're like, okay, well, now I'm gonna, think in my favor, now I'm gonna keep better assumptions and better awareness, and then you're gonna see that playing out for you in your 3D as well.
I got a success story. It's probably not what you think it is, but I think it's a pretty good example of exactly what you're talking about too. So, like 5 hours ago, he was in a vehicle and he was fucking speeding. Am I cutting out, by the way?
I heard somebody was in a vehicle and speeding.
Okay, yeah, Yeah, so I was in my cousin's vehicle earlier,
Gotcha.
and he passed the cop, and I was like, "You better calm down." In my head, I was like, I already knew that he was pulled over, and then literally a fucking cop car like 2 seconds later passed and then pulled him over, and like I spoke it into existence out loud to him immediately afterwards, like basically identifying as that's the truth right now. Like, you're about to get pulled over. That's why I said something, and then literally after passing one cop, there was another one 10, 15 seconds later. So like.
Yep.
Is that a success story? I mean, you could say that if you want to. Ideally, it's not what you want to experience, but I mean, I guess maybe that's a decent example of like how your awareness works
Exactly.
when you truly identify.
Exactly. Anybody else?
No, I always
Well, I agree. I also.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go with this. I like hearing you talk.
And it was more something in general. I talk a lot, you can talk. Please talk, please.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just gonna say, as far as like your manifestations coming in and you feeling like what you're trying to shift to be in that 3D, when you go to a place that it's already within you and you can just like close that gap. So basically it's like, even though you're not seeing it in the 3D, right? And this is why quote unquote people say go to the end, go to the feeling of the wish fulfilled, like Neville Goddard says, like go to the end. It's basically like you're closing the gap of waiting, because waiting just creates more waiting, and waiting puts you in the waiting room of the universe. So that's where they clock you at, right? Because you're basically sending that out as your energetic signal, like I'm waiting for this to show up. But when you close the gap and you just say like, oh, I am everything, I am awareness, I am source, you're not sitting there waiting for this thing to show up. You're moving throughout the day like it's there. So it's kind of a paradox, and most things are, like with spirituality, they come in paradoxes. But once you just sort of accept that, I like to think of it as like I'm just as much of a human as I am a spirit. So it's basically you're just reminding yourself all day who you are until you just believe it. Like, this is who I am. I'm awareness. I am source. I'm not, like Alex always says, like, I'm not a beggar. I don't have to beg for things because I already am that. So that's really what the awareness is in the 3D. It's just like, I have it. It's gonna be here when it gets here, and I'm not sitting here waiting for it. I don't know if that makes sense, but like that's how it works for me, and it just like helps me to stay in that mindset.
Miss Marie, is that a quote from me? It sounds like a quote from me, but I can't remember.
I ain't waiting on shit.
Say what?
I said, I ain't waiting on shit. What do I gotta wait for if now's the only moment?
Absolutely.
Right. Agree.
And I love also what Alex sometimes says, right? You're waiting on reality, and reality waits on you to make a choice. So both are staring, making staring contests. So choose and live by that. No. Right. I want to say something important also. You know, I realized, especially the last couple of weeks, with living more present and present, right? That things really automatically happen sometimes. Things that I didn't know that I loved, right? So sometimes the small things are just big things. For example, sometimes, for example, Alex connected with Joseph. That's something I was like, man, that's awesome, right? And for example, Desabi or Sams is here right now, right? I know her for a few months now, and she's a cool girl. You know? So many things happen automatically without doing it, and I realized, man, that's so fucking cool, you know? And other things too, right? So many things happen automatically when you're just being present. When you're just present, man. It's crazy. Without doing such shit for it, right?
Yeah. It's beautiful how everything just unfolds perfectly, right?
Okay, Lucas wants to me to share the blocking story of my SP, so I'm gonna share that just so whoever your circumstances don't matter. So when I was in Switzerland, I was obviously back with my boyfriend, and I don't know what the hell we're talking about, but I got pissed off at him. I was like, you know what, fuck this shit, so I blocked him. I blocked him and I was like, you know what, I don't care, like I don't, because I know it's gonna work out anyway. Like in fact, that's gonna make our relationship even stronger, and it's gonna improve things, this, that, and the other. And then he ended up reaching out to me, texting me, because I mean he's a businessman, so he does have multiple phones. But he ended up texting me, and he was like, "I'm so sorry, I've been so like." He literally, and the thing was funny because that I blocked him the night before, and the next day, like I went on with my day, and then when the thought of him came, I was like, "Oh yeah, it's fine." I had like an inner conversation, and from his perspective, I was talking to myself, saying like, baby, I'm so sorry. I was so like, oh, this whole shit, right? This whole thing, and then later that night, he messaged me saying the exact same thing that I had said in my mind.
Of course.
So, circumstances don't matter.
Nope. Unless we make them matter.
Yeah, also, that the actions also doesn't matter. That's who you're being, man. Because from a logical perspective, it's like, man, why are you blocking me as a B, man? It's so crazy. Then more fights will happen, but no, the opposite happens, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because I was like, no, I know this is gonna make him realize he needs to quit fucking around.
Exactly.
And so it was.
And so it is. That's the most important part, right? The and so it was, right? And the story that you told about it, right? That's why I constantly tell you, right? You're on this journey for this SP. Why not simply decide that it's gonna work out no matter what, right? Whether you're with other people, whether you're not with other people, whether the situation looks a certain way or not. What's up?
And they'll reiterate exactly what you tell yourself. So whatever inner stories you're having or whatever stories you keep reiterating, that's what they're going to keep playing out. Before him, I said earlier, I was dating this guy who was an absolute, before I even got into the law, he was just a fucking nightmare I would do. Like, I don't know why I dated him, but, that's that. And so when I found the law and I was trying to manifest a text, I was actually trying to originally manifest a text from the ex because he was such a bastard of a dude that I couldn't even think that he would ever send me a text apologizing and owning up to all the shit he did, right? But I was like, you know what, I'm going to try it anyway. And I kept doing it from a place of me, I still was attacked, like I was holding on to his old identity, right? I kept thinking, no, like there's no way. And so I saw a video, I don't remember what it was, but she was like, you just have to like see this person being the way that you want them. So if you're seeing this person sending an apologetic text, you have to like really like see them doing it. So I was getting ready for work one morning, I was in the bathroom and like brushing my teeth, and I was just thinking of myself, and I thought, okay, can I see this guy apologizing? And like, I was like, okay, why not? Like, I'm just gonna apologize to myself through him, right? So I had this whole inner conversation about him sending this long text saying how he's so sorry and this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. Mind you, this guy did not have an apologetic mode in his body. Like, this is what really shifted things for me too, and I was like, okay, yeah, this shit's for real. Because as soon as I finished brushing my teeth, I got into my room. I went into my room to look at my phone because I was trying to check the time. I was getting ready for work. And lo and behold, there's a text from a number. I recognize the number. I open it, and it's this long ass paragraph from that guy saying exactly everything that I had just thought like 10 minutes prior.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. That's beautiful. I know everybody that's trying to get an SP right now is got popcorn and a fucking notepad out right now listening to you.
That's witchcraft.
Right.
Yeah, the SP typically is really paradox, right? From my perspective, if you really love someone, why do you expect or see them like a monster, right? If you really love them, then you want to see them the best ways, not against you, right? But we do the opposite, right? We see them against us. So if you really think about it, it's a little bit stupid. But hey, we've got judgment, man. But if you really love someone, why see them again, like someone against you or expecting them to cheat on you or whatever, right?
Yeah. Give yourself the permission to actually love your SP the way that you want to. Give yourself the permission to actually love everybody in your life. See everybody in your life the way that you want them to be. Right? Grant yourself permission. You're the only person that's keeping you from doing that anyway. We're finna have a go on a date with Lucas raffle. Everybody put some money in a jar. You might win a date with Lucas.
Yeah, one of my things lately has been like, if I was able to view you unfavorably while you were here, why can't I view you favorably when you're not here? Like, it's all been inside of me. It all came from me, so why? If I can't do that regardless of the circumstances, I guess that means that I'm not it then, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. My bad, Miss Maria. What was your question? I must have skipped right past it. I know you asked, I know you said something, expand on something. Expand on something.
I think it was the quote that you asked if it were from you earlier.
Let me see how far back it is.
Oh wait, no. When are you coming to Mexico?
When Mexico calls me, I will show up.
Marvin in Mexico.
She said you were better than Dr. Joe.
Damn.
I claim that. All right, so manifestation is resting in your true self. Manifestation is truly living. Can I expand on this? Okay. And so I know that when I asked if it was mine, you said, no, it's your quote. So I'm going to expand on your quote, Ms. Maria. Your quote. All right, so manifestation is resting in your true self, and manifestation is truly living. All right, if I could expand on that from my perspective, what is your true self would be the first question, right? What is your true self? And so it will go to the core of all of our discussions, is that you are the identity of the Spirit of God, right? The Spirit of God it's pure spirit. It's all that there is. And it's made manifest as you. So your identity is the Spirit of God. So resting in your true self, what is that? Well, we know Scripture says that the kingdom is within you, which mimics or mirrors that same principle, that if I'm God, I'm all that there is. Right? So resting in your true self is knowing that you are already all that there is. You're already all that you want to be. You're already source. You're already the creative power. The money that you seek is already within you. Right? The love that you seek, you already are it. And let me be clear. When I say it's already within you makes it seem like it's something that you have to dig into yourself to find. When I say it's within you, it just is you. Source is you. The money that you seek is you. The prosperity, the love that you desire is you, right? So it's acceptance of that. Now, manifesting is truly living. Well, okay, truly living. How I would interpret that if I were me and I was writing this as you, is that truly living is just being present, enjoying my life. I'm not sitting around worried about when this person's going to show up, when this money's going to show up. I am enjoying what I can do right now. What can I control right now? How can I experience whatever right now? Right? So I guess that's how I would define it or speak about it.
Just think of how you lived life before you learned about manifesting, and that's it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Where you didn't worry about shit.
Yeah, man. I had a client that straight up told me, like, look, I just went back to living the way I used to live before I learned about manifestation. The only thing I did was I decided everything was going to work out for me. That was the only change, and I just went back to living normal. Oh, look. Well, exactly. That is it. That's the purpose. You have been manifesting your whole life. It's just that usually when we get into this space, because of the condition that we're in and because of when, and you can't convince me that it wasn't a psyop, that when a large amount of people began to awaken to who they are, they just shoved the law of attraction down your throat. Oh, no, here you go, y'all. Focus on this, right? So you've constantly been told that you have to strive to be something, whether it was your parents, whether it was school, whether it was your job, whether it was the church. Even the law of attraction told you have to strive to be all these things, okay? And the true power is in remembrance. You've always been it. You just didn't realize that you were creating this whole time, right? You can right now decide that I can just live my life and have whatever I want. Yes, you can, because you are source. There's only one law. It's I am. It's God is everything. Source is everything. Everything after that is just you trying to organize God into some story so that you can walk as the law of God through the creation of God and experience yourself as God. Everything else is just a story. It's make-believe. It's a reduction of all that there is. Right? To Copenhagen. I just got a notification that said because Austin is on your live will be it will be reduced in the amount of people that you can reach. All right, that's cool. It says you got unfavorable content on your shit. I thought I was the only one that got strikes and bans.
Was it talking about like my page?
Was it talking? Yeah, something about your page. It says your page. People deem your content.
Get out of here with that bullshit.
Whenever I go, I always get strikes. I always get strikes on, especially TikTok.
You're using Jesus' name not religiously, and we don't like that.
That's exactly what it is.
What do you mean there, God?
Right. But even I always get strikes. That's a story as well, right? So, but it's just not a story that I really think about too much to care about. So, where am I from? From Dallas. Well, I live in Dallas.
God, starting a cult, man. That must be what it is.
Exactly. But I do get a lot of stuff reported. I get a lot of my posts reported, but I don't really think about it too much. I just appeal them and they tend to get put back up. It doesn't really impact the reach or anything.
It was me.
I've had a couple days where I've logged on and like bro, I've had times where I've logged on and literally the whole page, every single thing is reported. I'm like, damn, I gotta really go through here. Somebody took the time to hit that report button on every single one. That's a lot. That is a lot of reporting. I appreciate y'all.
What's other manifestings? They're out here like, damn, I gotta slim out my competition. Right. These clients. Alex is too good. We gotta report his videos.
That shit's funny. Sometimes I think it's just bitter. Let me not go down that path to telling that story. Either way, don't stop anything, you know? You don't stop anything.
No, you don't have to.
Yeah.
This guy isn't telling him to affirm like I am. They're gonna see right through my shit. I still believe it though. So maybe if I believe it in my reality, they'll believe it.
They won't buy the
That's how it works.
affirmation masterclass.
Let me make a masterclass on telling you how to say something over and over again. What is that shit?
We're finna have the
affirmation masterclass. It's like you have to say it like this,
yeah.
or it won't work.
Or it won't work. This is gonna for years, people have been saying their affirmations wrong. And I figured out the secret. In my exclusive masterclass this weekend, we will go over this. Join now for a small 3-time payment.
You should have Lucas do the voiceover because it sounds official.
You're right. You're right.
You're right.
You're right.
This manifestation shit's getting over to Germany. What the fuck?
Oh, crazy.
Miss J, I
Like, the
appreciate
secret
you.
is feel it. And they're like, what does that mean? How do you define that? It's like, you can't. But you just gotta feel it. So buy my masterclass and I'll teach you how to feel it.
Expert technique, bro. Get it in 1 minute.
Guaranteed results.
Get it in 1 minute because you already have it, which means you got it.
Exactly.
That's my masterclass.
Do I have a manifestation coach or content creator I like to watch? Yes, I do. My favorite, I have 2 favorites. Number 1 is Joseph Rodriguez. Love Joseph Rodriguez content. He talks about flow a lot. He talks about a lot of Neville Goddard's work. But he's on YouTube. He's a huge following on YouTube. Joseph Rodriguez. He talks about flow state, Neville Goddard. He talks about entrepreneurship. Joseph Rodriguez. Love Joseph Rodriguez. Especially if you wanna understand just being, flow state. I do nothing to get everything, right? But Joseph Rodriguez, he will test your ability to stay present. Because my dog, he's not into theatrics. He'll pull up the mind map, or he'll pull up, or it'll just be him, and he will just walk. He'll just walk you methodically through it. All right, do this, and then this, and then this, talking nice and slow, and just flow through it, right? So, I love Joseph Rodriguez, and who I love as well. I love Tom Karen as well. And y'all put me on Tom Karen, maybe a couple months ago. Tom Karen, love Tom Karen's work. And Tom Karen on YouTube is Be Something Wonderful. So those two guys I go to all the time. Tom Karen and Joseph Rodriguez.
Tom had a hell yes in one of his videos lately. I was like, man, you know, piss off those religious people. You're already talking about God.
Right. My goodness, man. My religious folks will flood into those videos. The moment they hear something they don't like, they write you a dissertation.
It's funny because everybody, like all the people who talk about like source, like they all have different live settings. It's so funny for me to think about like having like, you know, like all the people who talk about it. Just imagine them all in the same chat, and like we're all in the same room, and then all their chat rooms divulge onto each other and all the questions that they don't typically get asked in their lives. It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean you want to? What do you mean you want that to happen? Why do you even want that to happen? Like, there's some crazy shit. I've been in a lot of Eric's fucking live chats, and there's been jokes where it's like, imagine Tom carrying these fucking questions instead of me right now. I guess really you'd have to be there because it's just like raunchy, like random ass stuff, and like I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
just think everybody's got their own crowd, so it's just funny to think about.
You're right. The crowd follows the personality too, right? Like Tom Karen's crowd is gonna be a certain niche, right? Like, Eric's crowd is gonna be a little different too, for sure. His crowd's gonna be way different just because of his presentation. So, yeah.
I think a lot of people are really cool when it comes to, you know, the idea of what that community is. It's just everybody's own interpretation, really, at the end of the day. So
That's all it is.
It's kind of interesting to see.
Exactly. That is all it is, man. That's why I love it so much, because you can get so many different perspectives from so many different people, but it's really about taking what works for you and understanding that there is no box, right? There's no one size fits all formula for this. Everybody can give you a template, but even when we hear, these coaches, they'll tell success stories. Hell, even I'll tell success stories, and people just take what they need or what works for them, create their own template, utilize it, get what they want, live their life, and then just disappear into their life and create what they want, right? There's no, you have to do this to get it. No, it's just, you just need to know what you want, know who you are, and it works out.
Yeah, it's like the way that your brain operates and like processes the information.
Yeah.
It's like how you can conceptualize it, and sometimes people just like explain it perfectly for how you learn. Like, I'm a visual learner, and I like the visuals of things, because I feel like visuals have always gotten imprinted in my head versus like reading. Even though I read a lot, I can like go back and like reimagine a whole page of a book and know what paragraph a sentence was in the book, and that's how I remember like the page number and the paragraph that it was in. So I feel like my brain is like a little bit weird in that way.
Oh yeah, you better not lie to you over the text messages, or else you already know what's up.
Yeah, I know. Like, I remember all that. But I do have a question for you, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
You remember how you like on your stories you posted that scene of when, like, Matrix, when Neo went into the Oracle kitchen, and it's such an amazing scene. But I want to know what part of the Oracle represents us. Is it our intuition?
Yes.
Is it our
It's your inner knowing. The Oracle represents the inner knowing and pushing you towards it represents this inner knowing, but it also still pushes you to the knowing that you have a choice, right? So
love that freaking so much.
Exactly, right? Because the Oracle was telling Neo things about himself. She was just saying that she knew the future, but still giving him the choice, right? What do you think? What do you think that I'm going to say? And he said, well, I'm not the one, right? And she was like,
Right.
You got all the gifts, but it seems like you're waiting for something, right? Basically, not giving him the answer. Simply, she would prophesize in certain things, but in this one thing that he felt was important. Similarly to these one things that we think are important in our life, it's like, no, you get to choose. You get to make the absolute choice, right? And inner wisdom changes, inner knowing changes. It shifts based on us. So yeah, the Oracle is the personification of inner wisdom.
Like, yeah, I thought when I watched it, because I just watched it recently, like 2 months ago, and I was trying to place everything, and I was like, oh my God, I think the Oracle represents your intuition, right?
Yeah.
But what I think is so amazing about that is that I always get chills when I think of this as like, we have always been the one, we will always be the one, but we forget that shit, and then we're like trying to convince ourselves from fear that we're not the one. And I find that really interesting in like the community where people are always like, and I don't think this personally, when people are like, I'm the chosen one of God, like you have to be a chosen one. And I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, to me, the only thing that means is that you're aware that you hold this power. That makes you like, are you alright over there? Doing a little Molly?
You're gonna be dizzy over there, my bad.
Are we on to the drug portion of the live?
No. We're not there yet. I'm just trying to charge this phone. Go ahead.
I was like, what is that? But yeah, like.
Damn, man. Don't start judging now. There we go.
Flashbacks, Las Vegas.
Yeah, for real.
Somebody microdosed a little too hard tonight on the mushrooms.
Nah. Not tonight. Maybe.
Nah, you got me all frazzled now. What was I saying? Oh, like, what's your perspective on that? But I feel like we'd be on the same page of like, in this space where they're like, I'm a chosen one. Like, God chose me. And I'm just like, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Well, that would imply that God has favorites. Right. That's us as humans trying to reach and give God these attributes, right? Like God just identifies with race and gender and all these things. No, those are just human things, right? Those are things that we as humans are reaching for to give us some kind of validation. That's just pure ego, right? Thinking that God prefers a certain group of people because they were born in a certain place. That's an absolutely ridiculous concept. Right? God is omnipresent. God is fully present within everybody. Right? So, yeah, that's just ego. That's our sense of self-importance. But I've also heard people on the outside of the quote unquote chosen people where I've stated scripture. Like, for instance, I always talk about Romans 11:29, which is for the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. What that is from is that is actually speaking to the chosen people, the quote unquote chosen people of the Israelites, right? And I've had a couple comments that were like, well, that's not referring to you or me. That's referring to them, right? When chosen is just a state of mind, right? I can decide whether I'm chosen, whether I choose to believe that I am one with Source, or I can choose to believe that I'm not, that I'm separate, that I'm small, that I'm a sinner. It's a state of mind, right? And so when we take these things literally, when we read scripture literally, we can find ourselves on the quote unquote inside or the outside of the circle, kind of reaching for our worthiness and telling these stories. But no, I personally don't believe that the spirit of Source that animates all things and creates all possible outcomes sat there and took time to come to this one little planet and determine who he preferred based on their race or where they were born in the world. I think that's a ridiculous concept that humans create simply to give themselves some kind of importance.
Yeah, and also to like further separation. And that's the thing, is that it's all about like the divide of being like, well, I'm a chosen one and I like have these gifts that like you don't have, or whatever,
Exactly.
No, that's the cool part about the cool part about that scene in the Matrix was that like it was basically just Neo deciding that he was the one, and that was literally the bridge that he just needed to walk over and just be like, you know what, I am the one, right? But it shows that like it takes only us to believe it and nothing outside of us, right?
Yeah, and even to add another layer on that, right? We had Morpheus that represented the higher self. Now, even if Neo had told him that the Oracle said he wasn't the one, Morpheus would not have cared. Morpheus didn't even let him tell him. He simply said, I don't care. What was said between y'all is between y'all, and it was not meant for me to hear. I don't think Morpheus, the higher self, had no interest in arguing for limitations. So it's that internal battle where, okay, is it better to know, or is it better to try to intuitively feel and believe? Which one is it? Right? So that's an internal struggle that we all have, where our intuition or our feelings or emotions, the oracle might be telling us that maybe I'm this, maybe I'm not it. I know I switched right back to the subject, but I had to make this point. But then we have the knowing, the higher self, which knows who we are. And we have to figure out which one that we're going to believe in, which one are we going to buy into.
Oh yeah, that makes so much sense, because no matter what, like Morpheus never swayed. Mm-hmm. He always just knew that he was the one, like the whole movie.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Exactly. Morpheus represents that higher self, that knowing. Right, it's beyond the intuition. It's beyond, like, all of these things are lesser. Right, we will use our intuition and emotions and what other people tell us. The tarot card. We will use all these things outside of us to give us an excuse to be or not to be, when we simply need to choose.
Right, and it's all coming together for me too. Of you saying like, no matter how you feel, no matter how you show up for yourself that day, right? Because like, we all have off days, and then we like guilt ourselves into those feelings of being like, well, I feel down, so I must not be aligned and I must not be anchored. But like, just knowing like the higher self is always gonna like know, and you can mess up, you can get off track, and it's fine. Like you're still on track. Like, so yeah, it just kind of clicked for me right now. So thank you.
Absolutely. Right. Not even expand on that for anybody else, right? That's why I always say, that's why I will constantly say that I am is above your emotions. It's above how you feel in this moment. It's above whether you think you're it or you don't think you're it, right? It's simply, what do you say you are, though? But who do you say you are? Right? The higher self just is going off of decrees. It is already decreed. So when you make that decree, you and your higher self align, it's already done. It's unwaveringly working towards bringing you what you want. And The Oracle is a movie. The Oracle is not the name of the movie. The Oracle is a character in the movie The Matrix. So we've done a couple discussions on the movie The Matrix. You can get it on the YouTube. But the Oracle is so there are different characters in the movie The Matrix that are personifications of certain aspects of yourself, right? Neo represents us, the awakened self, waking up from Mr. Anderson to him. Agent Smith represents the ego or the shadow self, right? If you remember Agent Smith, even at the end of the third movie, was still calling Neo Mr. Anderson, right? The ego was still calling him by his old name, right? Trying to remind him of who he used to be, trying to get him to fall back to sleep. Morpheus represents the personification of the higher self. Morpheus in the Bible would be the representation of John the Baptist, the herald of Jesus, right? He didn't create Jesus, but he heralded him. He unwaveringly held the vision of who Jesus was, the same way Morpheus does, right? Trinity represents the divine feminine. And the Oracle represents your inner wisdom, your intuition, right? That voice within you that speaks to you and tries to nudge you. But ultimately, you make the choice. Your intuition can only get you so far. You can follow it, cool. But when it comes to certain things, you simply need to know who you are.
Did you see Maria's question? How can people stop the addiction to the process, the effort to manifest and rest in awareness?
That's a choice. And I know I say it so much and I make it sound so easy, and it's only because it is. When you are addicted to the process, addicted to the effort, you are addicted to telling the story that there's something that you have to find or get or feel or become in order to get what you want. When the truth of getting what you want is making the decision that you are the person that has what you want, right? It is making that declaration of what reality is. So how can you actually stop being addicted to the process of becoming? Well, shoot, I think if you want it bad enough, if you want something, then you will stop being addicted to the process of becoming. And you will simply decide that you are, right? And that process of getting tired of it could come in a bunch of different ways. It's specific to the person, right? You could finally just say, you know what, I've had enough. I've been giving my life to these processes for X amount of time. I just want to live my life, and boom, here we go. Here it comes, right? It could be a divine awakening of getting the right information that just, oh, okay, cool, I get it now. I am everything I desire. It could just be a choice right now to say, no, I'm just it. Anything that implies that I'm not it, I'm going to reject. So it just comes down to a choice. Now, however you come to that choice, it can take a long time or it can be right now. I would highly recommend right now, but it's still a choice no matter what. Absolutely, that's right. And do I have other abilities like a medium or psychic abilities? Hell no, I ain't no medium, bro. I don't want to talk to none of y'all's passed on people, bro. But nah, no. Well, I do, but not anything that I'm.
Talk to my SP.
Yeah, let me call forth your SP. I used to consider myself certain things, but now I simply, honestly, when I told y'all that I've always been able to see things since I was a child, and that ability was heightened whenever I was in that fire and I was in that hyperbaric chamber and I was getting all that oxygen and I wasn't eating. It seemed to just awaken things within me. But those abilities were always within me. They just got more and more profound. Like the ability to tap in. Like I have lots of mystical experiences. And a lot of the information even that we talk about here is not information that I've read. Obviously. Right. So yeah. So I've received a lot of information, and also, but do I believe that you don't have to have any quote unquote spiritual gifts to get to this, right? Y'all could come up at this point in time. Y'all could come up here and say the same shit I say. You would just say it in your own way. So yeah, I would consider that I do have spiritual gifts per se, but
Yeah, you know what, Alex, I think, like, from knowing you, like, through the lives and stuff like that, you know what I think one of your gifts are? And I know you've probably heard this so much, but, like, you have a very calming energy and a very calming spirit. Where I feel like you could probably just, like, calm a room down, like, calm people down when they're, like, in fear or going through stuff. But, like, it's just your energy. Like, your voice is very calming and relaxing, but you have this energy where it's like everything's gonna be okay. Like, I'm sure people have told you this before when you like come into a room or like people want you to come over, they're like, oh, I know when you get here, like everything's gonna be fine.
that's crazy that you say that.
Why is it crazy?
No, just that you're about right. You're about right. Absolutely right. I've always been like that. Even if I
You're
was,
so calming.
yeah. Even if I wasn't doing these discussions, I was having these type of discussions with people all the time anyway.
Totally. So, like, do you feel, okay, let me ask you this. The way that you fill your cup, right? Like, being social, are people asking you for advice, even in the real world? Like, do you feel drained after sessions or after talking to, like, friends who need you? Or do you feel just, like, normal?
I feel normal. I've had certain times where people might be difficult or they'll ask questions, but I don't really allow my energy to get drained. I don't. Yeah. And then I do spend a lot of time with myself. I know I'm on these lives and it seems like I'm on here a lot, but most of my day is truly by myself. Right? I spend a lot of time with my family, with my parents. My sister was just here. But outside of that, I spend a lot of time just kind of in my own space, focused on my own life. I do, and even when I do this isn't draining because I actually enjoy it. If I could help one person, that would be enough. These conversations are a conversation that I would have anyway. That's why I can just get on here and I just talk and we just go for as long as I don't feel like going to sleep. So I'm not really too drained at all.
No, that's awesome. I think too, because you said like you spend so much time alone when you're not working and doing like this space. So it's probably like you know how to fill your own cup on your own time anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like I work, right? I trade. I might be and I don't trade every day. Like tomorrow I won't be on the charts. Today I was on the charts. I took one trade. I took one trade one other day this week, and so I don't work too much anyway. Most of my time is I just exist.
Love that.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Thank you. You always ask the best question. You're always trying to look out for me.
You know why? Because like I think like the people that help so many people, like you have this gift and you've like really honed in on it. And I feel like a lot of times those people put themselves sort of last in like the emotional space and like, but it seems like you don't, which is awesome. But maybe I'm speaking through like my own experience. Cause like I told you like my past, like I told you I was a bartender for like 22 years. And I recently like hung up my coat, I guess. I stopped bartending like 6 months ago. But a lot of the times, like I would walk away from that job feeling drained because people emotionally dump on me, and it's like I'm at work, I have no choice. You know what I mean? So I've learned over the years how to like fill my own cup and just be in my own energy. But I also have this personality where people latch onto me very easily too, where they just want to be around me so much. I've learned now how to put up those boundaries and be like, nah, like I can't be that person for everyone. But yeah, that's why I was curious because you have that like empathy and that nurturing vibe. So that's why I asked you.
Yeah. Thank you. No, that makes sense though. It makes sense. But yeah.
I have a question, but another type of question. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you protect yourself from clients? Or not protect, how do you see clients? Which do you have? Because sometimes clients can be persistent with the old story, right? But it's your story, right? So, how do you see clients? Difficult clients, so to speak? And how do you protect yourself from this throughout the day? Because if I would be a coach, I want to be a coach someday, but in my own language, in my German language, right? So you have food to have drink, no worries.
Yeah.
No, but I want to be a coach too in the future in my German language. And when I imagine it, then I would put so much energy if I'm thinking new examples and whatever, right? Because I want I want the best for the speaker, right? With love, I want to give my best. It's always like in football, I played soccer, right? I wanted to be always to be the best and put so much effort in it. Of course, it sounds like a limitation, but I also enjoy it in a way. But I don't want to do it too much. So how do you do it?
I have fun with all of my. I even have fun with the difficult clients. Honestly, the same way that I act when I have one-on-ones, even on the lives, is the same way that I'm acting with individual clients. I just choose to see them ideally. The only difference is I am a little bit more direct with one-on-ones because it's not in front of everybody. Right. So, but I still just choose to see everybody as perfect. And honestly, I've had difficult clients, don't get me wrong. I've had people that are like, oh, I've had a couple that stand out to me that already said that they were going to be difficult in the beginning. But guess what? They ended up getting exactly what they wanted. So I don't really care how this sounds. And I do say this to everybody that works with me, but I'm batting 1,000, right? The way that I see everyone is that you will leave here transformed and get what you want. Point blank, period. Right? There's no exceptions to that rule. So it's not a burden on me at all. Now, I do feel the nervousness before sessions where I'm like, all right, especially when people write me a write-up and they're saying what's going on. I'm like, okay, cool. But once we start, I'm in flow the same way that I'm in flow in these conversations. So the thing is, most of us, if you're booking with me, you already know the answer. It's about pointing you back to your power, right? You're not booking with me to learn a technique or to learn how to breathe, do breath work, and you're not here to learn that. You're here to understand, okay, where's the gap in my understanding of how this works? And for the most part, it's just pushing them back to that power of I am. So as I'm doing that, there's really no failure. Now, some people come from different perspectives and different points, but that's the fun in it, is that you get to see all of these people that are just a reflection of you and see them as ideal, and then you get to hear the beautiful success story, right? Some of them, I've had some clients that it's taken 3. I've had some that it's taken about 5. I haven't had anybody that's taken the full 6. But I've had people that it's taken 3, 4, 5, like the more challenging ones that want to stick to their story a little bit more. But even that is simply an opportunity for me to choose to see a version of them that I want. So it still all comes down to me. The whole thing is about me. And what else would I rather be doing except for, dedicating my life to the law?
Okay, cool. And throughout the day, you drop it, right? Drop all these
Say what?
thoughts about clients. And throughout the day, your private day, right? If your family or whatever doing.
Oh yeah. I turn that. Yeah.
You're dropping thoughts about the clients. It's just the flow state when you talk with them, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. When I'm off of them, I get off. So even when I'm doing it, I record the sessions. I have like the AI note taking tools. So right after, I just send them the recording, send them to me, and I just go on about my life and just see them as already done. And I have certain times in the day where I check like the Telegram channels, because I have certain people that have a package where they can talk to me on Telegram. I have certain times I check those. But outside of that, I don't sit around all day and think about their clients. I when I'm with them, I'm with them. But when I'm not, I'm assuming that everything is fine. I'm going on about my life.
Yeah, of course, that's cool, yeah.
Yeah. What else y'all got? How much battery I got? Okay, I got 14%. I ain't gonna last 14%, but
Hey girl, I love you, but my phone died. That's why I didn't text you back. Girl, my phone died. What you want from me?
Who hit you with that one?
Nobody, I'm just saying that's a good excuse to be like, yeah, I'm sorry my phone died, girl.
Would that work on you?
Why are you asking me, bro?
I'm just asking if it's gonna work on you.
Nah, I'm manifesting a more healed version of Alex. You know what I'm saying? The more upfront, personal version of Alex that ain't gonna ghost me.
I can't ghost you. You can only ghost yourself.
Wow, I am that I am, huh?
Yeah, I know. Treat yourself like the goddess that you are. See me as perfect, and I must show up as perfect. If I don't show up as perfect, I guess you still got some work to do,
huh? You're an angel.
Character development.
I know that was a shoot, but it certainly happens fast, right? It can happen fast, right? When people don't expect it, they say, porn bags or whatever, I was with friends, and then say, no, they're lying, right? Blah, blah, blah. And then they're arguing for the story, and they don't change. So be careful in that too.
Yeah. And even that though, it's pretty easy to call out when people are arguing for their limitations or they're attached to their story. But what has helped so much is making people watch back the video. Watch back the recording of our conversations, right? So it's harder to do that on live because most people ain't finna go back. They just finna go back to their story, get off the live, and just go lollygag around. But I'll give homework, and one of the homeworks I always give is rewatch our recording, right? And it helps because the answer is always in the question. What do you catch yourself arguing for? Where's the story that you just tend to be attached to, right? So that helps.
No, like sometimes when you hear yourself back, you're just like, oh my God, I sound like so repetitive of like, your story comes out in every aspect of your life. Like the same story will come out in your relationships and the people at work and your boss and your mom and your dad. It's just the same story. So when you hear it back, you're like, oh shit, it's me for sure.
Exactly. It's such a powerful tool to just listen to yourself. Right? Listen to yourself and study yourself. It's the same thing we were talking about earlier. Right? It's okay, if you have received these results in your life, what's the story you've been telling? Well, obviously, if you don't want those results, time to tell a new story. So it's when we start arguing for those stories, that's where we run into issues.
Yeah, really, you can say it out loud your thoughts and then realize what push sometimes, or you can make a little bit of fun of yourself, sarcasm, right? You can say, "Oh, I'm such a victim," or "No,"
Mm-hmm.
you know. This also can help you to realize, man, what the bullshit is. And that's not like, oh no, you become a victim. No, you know, it's different when you do it with sarcasm and you point it out. Yeah, so don't be scared.
There's nothing outside of me, so I can make fun of myself, and it's perfectly okay, actually. And from me,
You breaking up again, Austin.
it was cool feeling whatever happened that day.
I don't know what you're saying, brother. You cutting out so terribly.
Hell yeah, that's what I was saying.
That works.
Great, I love it.
Damn. I really can't remember what the fuck I was saying now, that sucks.
You were saying that you love yourself and like you make jokes about yourself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know, I used to be really critical because, like, I want to do as good as I can at everything, but it was so bad to the point where it's like, I wouldn't let myself even make fun of myself, and I think that went out, and, like, when anyone had anything to say, I would be like, damn. Or I would take it personally, and now it's like, if I can make fun of myself, it's not like if I can make fun of myself that no one can, it's just that I can have fun with myself without worrying about what that means to anybody, because it doesn't fucking mean shit to anybody except for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Like not taking everything so seriously is, it's like, what are we here for? Like, I feel like we're here to have fun. We're here to laugh and enjoy these moments. And it's like, we just get so wrapped up in thinking everything is so solid, but it's really not. But we have to remember, like, we're here to enjoy life. Like, it's not supposed to be a battle.
Yeah, I love it. Really, stop trying. The focus here is not trying. Stop trying to be perfect and allow yourself to be perfect as you are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my God says you need to repent for your sins. So you gotta suffer while you're alive. That's probably the craziest take. I mean, I respect all people's positions, but for anyone to make me think that I need to fucking sit here and suffer, as I don't know, maybe this isn't too relative. I had a thought the other day, like anytime I'm feeling like weak or bad, I'm like, how do I feel like I can't handle life or I'm not strong enough for life when I am life itself? How the fuck does that even make any sense?
Right. It doesn't.
Like, how anything in life going to get me down or make me feel like I'm too tired or I can't do this when I am life itself? How is life greater than me when I am life itself? I just had that question the other day and I'm like, man, there's no excuse.
Not one. Not one.
Yeah, also too, for me, like, I feel like life just got so much better when I gave up. And I mean that in the most, like, not give up way, but, like, I don't know if you see that meme, like, you look happier now. And it's like, yeah, I gave up. But it's like, that's literally the key to life. The key to life is just being like, whatever happens, fucking happens.
Luke is so funny, bro.
I'm sorry.
He's the ultimate SP.
Yeah, about having fun and don't take everything serious. So, that's how I express myself. I'm a really sarcastic guy. I'm not scared anymore to drop it out, to say it, man. I'm not scared anymore.
Yeah, I think he playing.
I ain't afraid of shit, bud.
Let me see here.
Yeah, I agree too. Like, I felt like I was apathetic before because I was just like, all right, whatever happens, happens. I don't care. I'm just gonna be who I am. And then like everything worked out great. And then when there was things where I thought that I lost, I learned about this shit. And I'm like, now I care a lot. And I'm like, well, how did I get these things in the first place? I cared, but I didn't care so much to the point where I was gonna make it a part of my identity or my lifestyle to have this thing or be with this person or be in this group of people. Like, it never really mattered before, and I always ended up where I wanted to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, exactly back to what we were talking about earlier, where it's like, just go back to before you learned about any of this stuff, before you bit the apple or whatever metaphor you want to use. Like, it's just about, like you said, people just go back to their life and they're like, I just started thinking that everything would work out, and then it did.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, it was really that simple, wasn't it?
That's simple. Stop micromanaging it. Marathon night, you're damn right, Leslie. It's marathon night. What time do you wake up? Shouldn't you be asleep? Don't you gotta go for your early morning workout?
Who are you talking to, Money Makeup?
Damn, there's some love connections being made right now in the chat.
I know, right?
Hell yeah. Real love is real. That's a person here.
So you're saying I just think positive in your favor and don't stress over anything and everything will work out? I feel like that's not what we said. I feel like that's an assumption of what you think you should be doing. No, you simply have to know that it's done. And when you know that it's done, everything will work out, right? It doesn't matter what goes on in the middle, right? It's not about stressing or not stressing. Do whatever you want. Do whatever feels right for you in the moment. It doesn't matter. When you know that it's done, then it's done. Right? It's not even about thinking positive. Thinking positive implies that you have to do something. It's already done. If you had it, you wouldn't be thinking about thinking positive or negative. You would just have it. So you simply have it and you exist in the knowing that you have it. And your thoughts, they just pass through you. The emotions pass through you. The circumstances show up and they fade away. But everything will work out. So it's just knowing that it's going to work out and then allowing it to work out. You over here having these moments. Yeah, it's okay. Look, I never had a problem being a second boyfriend, unless it's with Corinne. Then I gotta be number one.
You're my number one.
I know.
Oh, my bad.
Thank you. What else y'all got? If nothing, it's about 12:49 over here. If nothing, I can lay it down.
I ain't got nothing.
Well, shit, I'm about to end it then. Look, y'all, I appreciate y'all today. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the questions, the answers. I appreciate all y'all for joining up here too. If y'all are gonna trade tomorrow, y'all be careful because it's NFP. It's non-farm payroll, so you know the market might get a little crazy. Even though the government, so if the government shut down, we still gonna have, probably not, right? We'll see what happens. Either way, if you trade, be safe in the markets. But I appreciate y'all all. I'll probably be back on Friday. We'll see. If the market looks good, the first 30 minutes I'll trade. If not, I'll probably just do a live stream like 9 a.m. Central. And then we'll probably do one tomorrow evening. Unless I go to LA tomorrow. So, hint, hint.
You played tonight.
What?
The lies just keep rolling in tonight.
What? Okay, I haven't told any lies.
Hey, real quick for Malik, one last question. He's got it in.
Mm-hmm.
He's the hot button. He beat the buzzer, man.
Will do.
Malik Stewart.
So in knowing there's no need for me to affirm for something because that's doing something. No, exactly. Y'all want to answer that one?
Yeah, I agree. That's it.
Wait, I have affirmed when here's the thing that I feel about all of these like different modalities. Like, if I'm in the mood to do something and I feel like affirming, then I affirm. If I feel like dancing in my kitchen, then I dance in my kitchen. If that's gonna make me feel good, like, do what makes you feel good in the moment. And if you wake up the next day and you don't feel like affirming, then don't affirm. Like, it's all in the moment and don't overthink it. And sometimes I journal and I write it all out. Sometimes I like go into creating scenes in my head, but I don't do it every day. So I think it just depends on, and maybe, I don't know if Alex, do you agree with that? Like, if you feel like affirming, then affirm. If you feel like visualizing, then visualize.
Yeah.
Like, it's up to you.
I agree. When we start making it like a job, then we're doing something to get something. Now, you can still get it, but why would you want to do stuff the difficult way? Right? So, yeah, if you want to affirm. If you want to visualize. But you don't have to do any of that. You just have to know. Right? What even makes the affirmations and the visualizations powerful? That you know that they work. The same way you can simply know that it's done. It all comes down to our knowing. Whatever intermediary you want to put between you and your desires, it works. Okay? But the framework that I talk about is simply knowing that it's done, because there's no intermediary. You don't have to go through an affirmation, through a visualization, through a subconscious, through a nervous system, none of that shit. You just have to know right now. I can't wait to go to Disneyland. What do you do, Lo? I need 2 tickets, though. I got a +1.
I have to say goodbye. Thank you. It was a great live. It was perfect. I got USP, so everything was perfect today. No, but really, it was the fire today, as always. Take care of yourself. You gotta accept it, and you're fine. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
Later.
There was a question from before we end the live. Moni Makeup is asking Alex, are you single? I need to know. And you're like avoiding the question. Yes. I don't know. Let him answer.
Who was avoiding that
That's
question?
the only question I have.
Yeah, I'm single. Unless Corinne says otherwise. She says I'm taken. But I'm single other than that.
Oh my god.
They trolling, man. They only got a picture. I like blonde, blue-eyed girl. I don't know. Those sound like the ones that get you in trouble. I don't want that. How you swear
you
that you
like-
how you swear you super pretty with
I
no
know what you
profile
like.
picture? What do I like?
You like cheeks.
Like a pretty smile?
Dimple.
Yeah, like a dimple with a pretty smile. Is that what you're talking about? I do like a
Yeah.
pretty smile. Exactly. But no, I don't speak Spanish. I'm open to learn though. Why is that like a prerequisite? Oh, I gotta speak Spanish. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. I appreciate y'all tonight. No, I know Maria was asking. That's why I was asking. She had said something about going to Mexico to do a convention. So I was just making sure. All right, y'all. Appreciate. They pressing. All right. Appreciate y'all. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful evening. Remember, y'all are source. You are everything you desire to be, no matter what. All right. Peace.
All right.